get this place running. Thank you, every one of you. I see you guys. I can't call all your names, but you guys know how we do that at the very end of the show today. We will be doing all of that. Thank you, every one of you. As I always say, if it's your first time on joining us on this platform, you are welcome. Probably heard about the violence piece. Probably you saw the post somewhere. Or maybe you saw the flyers or something. You are absolutely welcome to this platform. If it's your second time, you now understand at least how we run it on the platform. If it's your third time, you are now a regular. To every one of you, all our Day One Violencers, I see all of you on the platform right now. Thank you to all of you listening to us from our YouTube channel. Thank you to every one of you that's currently right here listening to us. I cannot wait to get this show started. Thank you, every single one of you guys. It's been a very, very long week, and I think there's a whole lot of stuff to discuss. And as we always do on the Thursdays on this platform, we discuss the state of the nation. And when we talk about the state of the nation, we're talking about the state of our dear country, Nigeria. And as I always end my shows or end the violence piece, I always end it with Nigeria Matano the finish. And I always tell you guys that we'll be back here next week with something fresh and something new, because the people that we're dealing with know how to give us content. They know how to serve daily. That's the only thing they understand, how to give Nigerians content. But before I jump into the conversation today, as I always do on this platform, I try to lay the ground rules for all of you listening to me wherever you are. As we always say on this platform, this is the violence space, and I want to bring you up all to speak today. So please, if you're just listening to me, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, I want you to take the next few seconds, the next few minutes. So please, like the space, share the space, retweet the space, let the whole world know that the number one space on X is back and we are up and running. And as usual, you guys know on this platform, we take no prisoners. And tonight, we are taking no prisoners. So please, guys, indulge me the next few seconds. Let's hit the likes, let's hit the retweets, let's hit the share buttons, copy the URL, go to all your social media platforms, because I'm having special guests today. You know, I need to bring two heavyweights on the violence space. It's not easy. They are booking fee alone. You know, they easy. So please, if I don't see the kind of likes I want, I'll tell them not to come on this place today. And I know when I like Aproko, I mean Aproko to the column. When I like Amebo, so I don't come on here today. So please, guys, let's get every one of you. I don't know how many of us are on the platform right now, but I know that we are good number enough to share and like the space to get more people into the conversation. For the past couple of weeks, I have been a TikTok boy. So on TikTok, we say like, tap, 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 tap. Yeah, I don't tell them, I say, please just like, retweet, share. Let's get more people in the conversation. Today's space is going to be sweet. It goes sweet where. If they say Thursday, they say weekend will go sweet, you go begin now for Monday. Violence space will go sweet, you go begin now from intro. So that's supposed to have, I say, this space today goes sweet. I can even see the amount of people that are already requesting for the mic. Yes, I see you all, every one of you. So please, guys, let's get more people into the conversation. Take the next few seconds. Let's drag them. I have special Nigerians coming up on the platform today. We'll be talking on various issues. As we always say, this is the state of the nation. The state of the nation called Nigeria. The past week in review, and that's what we'll be discussing today. So please, guys, hit that buttons. Let's get it out. I don't even know. You know, the past couple of months, I've already told you guys, right? You people know the grace upon this man, the grace upon the mantle that I carry, and I have tried to make sure that I start using my voice in a very constructive way, because if I release blessings, it follows. When I release curses, it follows. So I know the one that release the curse again on top of my people. We are passing through enough cost to the people that are really running this country. Make I call many of people have reached out to me that after the last cost, they have been forced to buy new phones. You know, I know one maker are going to buy new phones, you know, or change your screen if you cannot afford a new phone. So please do it before people will provoke me. I don't want to be provoked tonight. I just want to be happy today. I just want to chill, relax, and be taken care of on this platform today. So guys, let's get our people into the conversation. All right. It is the violence space. As you all know, in case you don't know, in case you've not seen the circular, in case you did not see the flyer today, we just dropped something today, surprisingly. Boom! We're expecting two special Nigerians today on the platform. One I sat down with last week on the Emir Saddam show. In case also you have not watched the new episode of the Emir Saddam show, it just dropped today. You know, I always try to give you guys extra sweetness. I try to make sure I drop all my Emir Saddam show episodes. I try to make sure I drop them on Thursday, just because of the violence, that's the only reason, that's the only reason why I drop it on the Thursdays, because I always want you guys to be the first, as first responders. I want you guys to be the first set of people to also enjoy the goodness of the work we do. And I've posted it actually on the Jumbotron right now, I think, so you guys can see it on the Jumbotron. So from you guys, the whole world can now get to watch whatever we have done. And I started with one great Nigerian last week, and someone that have been doing great things. And I always say on this platform that if there's something we do on the violence space, we learn, we unlearn, and we relearn. That's what this community has been built on facts and figures. So I myself, I'm open to the learning process. I come here and most times I just sit down. One of my very big friends, when I'm talking, she'll be like, "Sit down." So you listen to everybody's submission. I say, I listen to every submission on this platform. Everybody that comes here have one or two things to offer. No matter how they sound, some might not be eloquent like some others. Some might not be courageous like others. Some might not be bold. But in every submission, there is sense in it. And so I just sit down here most times and I listen and I take notes and I, just use it to refresh my own brain also. And in the course of that, I remember when we had our violence was last 2 weeks, and prior to that, on this platform, you guys already know my stand on INEC. I've always stood on the fact that INEC is not. I will not want my Rolls Royce to be managed or to be fixed by quack mechanics or mechanics that I find roadside mechanics. And that's always been my view on INEC also, that you're giving, if you ask for reforms, you're asking a bunch of criminals that are doing everything possible to remain in power. This is 2 years into an illegal administration. And as we speak right now, Tinubu and his gang of crooks are currently campaigning. It has never been done in the history of any country that 2 years into an administration, you've not even clocked 2 years yet, you're already in campaign mode for the next elections. That shows how you have performed woefully and how scared you are of losing what you have stolen. If you really won the last elections, you're not even thinking of can you see Alex Otti campaigning or anything? If you won an elections, by now you're in work mode, you're delivering on the variables, you're delivering on the promises you gave the people, and you wait so that probably election period, when election season starts, you now use your works to campaign. Not the night time that you're painting the whole of Abuja with your poster across the country, because you know that you're failing woefully and you don't even have a solution to the problems of Nigeria. And that's when I've been coming in. I'm like, INEC really need to be reformed. And one of our brothers took this challenge upon himself. Peter Randy. He has never been a guest on the violence space. And after I heard some of your submissions the last time, you guys were like, Saddam, one particular submission, I think was Joe Obedient, he was like, Saddam, I think whatever anybody is doing to put pressure on the system, let us just support the person. There's no point stopping the person. There's no point antagonizing the person's efforts. There's no point. You might not necessarily agree with what the person is doing, but as long as it is putting pressure on the system, it's either you support the person or you just keep quiet and watch the person go. And for me, I'm like, if it's Nigeria, if it's finding a way to put pressure on the system, always, always, always call me in. I am always available for that. And I was like, okay, I reached out to my brother Peter Randy because I've been seeing what he's doing and then all the pressure he's mounting. And I'm like, okay, what's up, bro? Let's talk. Let's sit down. Let's have a discussion. And we sat down for over 1 hour, 30 minutes last week, and we had a wonderful conversation. Honestly speaking, this guy is a bundle of talent. If you have been watching his content prior to now, you would have been seeing him. That is that guy that when he come out, he really. In fact, I put him on the test. I was like, let me test these brains. Let me test these brains. That one that we named over all American presidents right from independence for over 250 years. On the spot, I said, oh yeah, guy, do it for me. And he was like, pa, 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 pa. I said, oh boy, these Nigerians are blessed. We get sharp brains in this country. And I was like, my brother, you are too much. So I had a 1 hour, 30 minutes conversation with him on the Emir Saddam show. It's up on the Jumbotron. If you love what we do, if you want support, please just go out there. I love you. You guys comment. As I always say, your feedbacks are something for me. It's like a source of energy for what we do. So we sat back, discussed a whole lot of stuff from the INEC reforms to the coalition. This guy has a really strong stance. I know many people will many people will not necessarily agree. From the coalition to many people did not know that. Actually, I don't know that there's a toss of power in the activism circle, you know. And I asked him his views on Very Dark Man, on Sowore. We had serious conversations. Honestly speaking, one of the best ever episodes I've ever had on the platform. And we sat back, and I was like, bro, why don't I bring you on the violence space next week? And he was like, Saddam, whatever you say, I'll be there. And I said, okay, we're going to premiere our show on Thursday, and I'm also going to make you a guest on the violence space today. And he promised to be here, and I believe he's in the audience. And hopefully, as I wrap up my monologue, he's going to come up here and join us here, and we have a wonderful conversation. Let him just share a little bit of the INEC stuff with you guys, understand where he is right now in the journey, how far, and what he thinks, and the contributions that you guys, when I mean contribution, I mean the support, the pressure, because if there's anything I picked up from what he said was that the INEC reform that is going to happen is as good as the pressure Nigerians put on it. If we don't give it enough pressure, those guys in the Senate will never budge. But if we put the necessary pressure, those guys, even though we feel like they are the worst ever, the pressure of Nigerians, we always make them bend to our side. And I hope he's going to join us. And in the midst of the whole stuff, some people now carry carry gun, go fire place where they're not supposed to fire. You see, when you're a bully for so long, you start feeling like you're untouchable. Say they know if you touch you. Say if person come near you, the person you don't the bully from primary school, secondary school. You don't know say bully get bully. You know, they say levels, there's levels to bullying. That's some people that if you try them, they go show you pepper. You know, don't touch them. So these children of the roasted corn, the children of the evil forest, the children of the burnt corn, you know, they said anybody that talks, go back to this thing. Lagos. Is Lagos smelling or not? I have been in Lagos. I have lived in Lagos. I have properties in Lagos. Lagos is smelling. That is the truth. You know? And anybody that comes to talk about it, you that you're probably staying in one bedroom apartment in Kwara, that have gone and charge your phone in Babin Salon, that I cannot even afford to even travel to Lagos self. You don't even know how Lagos live. Or probably you've been in Lagos all your life. You've not even crossed the border. You don't even know where other people are coming from. Just open your mouth. You go back to your region. Go back to your region. You think everybody will fall for that nonsense? And when I go touch who I'm not supposed to touch, you know. And I woke up in the morning, oh boy, everywhere timeline, the whole timeline was like tears, Ronu tears from that camp. It was too much, and I'm like, who is the cause of these tears? Who is cooking who? What is cooking what? Ha! All of a sudden, it's my brother, one of the greats in the comedy industry. You know me, I've been a very, very huge critic of celebrities. People that know me. I criticize everybody. Especially the celebrity class, because this is a set of people that I've watched. If you've been on X, they are always vocal. They are always vocal when it comes to issues of Nigeria in the past. But currently, they are all forming blind Bartimaeus. They are all blind. They are all dumb. Nobody they talk again. And because they wonder, like, say, what's in the sub? I will have a special episode for them first. Maybe I go, waiting the greatest thing when they do me say they go send me Saddam go start podcast, because I will call all of them out. I will get special episode. I wonder, you guys have the influence and the numbers to put pressure on the system. We know how Nigeria is. Nigerians have messianic. We are people that worship our fellow human beings, and that's why that guy Gege will say, "Worship me, Nigerians worship me." We sabi worship our fellow human beings. Our celebrities have bunch of worshippers. Now look at when they are doing 30BG versus Whiskey FC or outsiders, when they are fighting. You see as Nigerians devote time, energy, and everything fighting their fellow Nigerians. You know, these celebrities that are fighting for do not even care about them. They don't even send them. They don't even talk for our matter. When they die for the country, things are getting worse every single day, and nobody is talking. You know, but for some of them, I understand why. But for me, even though I understand why, it is not an excuse. It is your civic duty as a Nigerian to always speak up to truth, speak up to power. If you do not speak up, you are enabling the bad things happening in the country. And one of them took the mantle and he was like, which kind of gaslighting that? Because you see, this set of people that we're dealing with, this APC, this camp of demons that we are dealing with in this country. They have institutionalized bigotry. From the president is a bigot. His wife is a bigot. All the people around him are bigots. This is how they operate the country. Look at Lagos State. Maybe just the governor that is disguising. All the people surrounding him are bigots. If you come out and say Lagos is spelling, the commissioner of works and environment that is meant to tackle it and say, oh, take the feedback, go and fix it, work on it, and change. Look at the drainage systems in Lagos. Everywhere, you cannot walk. I knew when I was in Lagos, the moment you drop from MMA in Lagos, you start pouring speed like you're pregnant. Everywhere they ooze. It is the truth. Fix it. You're not turning to bigotry. You're not turning to say, begin to say, you're not respecting your host. What nonsense is that? If people are tired of Nigeria, break the country. Tell the people to break the country. As long as we're Nigerians, Nigerians can talk about Nigeria anywhere, any day. If it is paining you, tell Tinubu to break the country. After all, he's a bigot. After all, he's the one that said that he does not believe in Nigeria. After all, he's the one that is sponsoring all the separatists across the country. So please, people should stop this nonsense. And even people fell into the man that he no get joy for body. Person wey talk where they use comedy in living. A chairman, this is a man who they do comedy with a basketball lights. Now go enter in trap. Now don't say carry for chess since. And he poured everything on top of you guys. And I was in the spirit of that. Some of my good friends said, Saddam, invite this our brother to the Vawulence space. And I reached out to him. He has got to have it. Some of you saw the tweet when I said, Chairman, please check your DM. And he checked his DM, and the rest is history. And so, therefore, today on the Vawulence space, hopefully, God's willing, we'll be having for me right now, he's the best comedian. He's the best comedian in the world, in the history of the world. Please, from this space now, we're just going to find in content too. I will ask him everywhere you see his link. In fact, I say I will buy 10 tickets for his next show in Lagos. His next show in Lagos, I promise 10 tickets. I must buy 10 tickets for his next show in Lagos and give people, make them go that show. We have to learn to support the people that are putting pressure on them, because I tell the people the truth, Bola Tinubu have captured everything. And you see this thing that he has, for these things he have said, and Bola Tinubu is a very vindictive person. For this thing this guy have said right now, you see that they'll start attacking his career. They'll start finding a way to blacklist him. That's why many of our celebrities are afraid to speak. Because you see, Bola Tinubu's son, he's the one that controls all the billboards in Lagos. This is a very avaricious family. Still, they don't get pity for Nigerians. So their own work now say that all the billboards, if his show is coming up and he wants to even pay with his money for billboard, they don't give him chance. That's why many of your celebrities are scared to speak up. Because if they speak up, if their project is coming up, who will advertise it for them? Bola Tinubu is as vindictive to the point whereby he can tell radio stations in Lagos, do not air this guy. Do not give him airplay, because all the journalists in Lagos, he pays them. They are all brown envelope journalists. But he put his career on the line to speak out, because if you talk, you die. If you don't talk, you die. It's better you talk and you die. Nobody's going to leave this world with anything after all. And that man stood up and he spoke out. So please, guys, Nigerians, let's not end on Twitter. Whenever you see his project, you people that are in diaspora, you see he's coming over in diaspora for a show, please promote this guy, support this guy. That is how we grow as a people. And that's how we encourage others to come out and speak. Because it's important these kind of voices are speaking. Because it shows that we that are crying here, we are not all mad. We're not all stupid. We are not all foolish. We are not all agitators. We're not all wailers. We truly care for our country. Well, Peter Randy, you don't hear me at the shout. I beg request man to make I begin to bring you up. But before I bring you up, I just want to go real quick. Today sweet me, oh. Today sweet me. Peter B. God. Hi, Peter B. Peter B don't they drink violence juice. You take 2 sips, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, 2 in the night. Boy, he manifest once in a while. We just drop and boom. Peter B just wake up today. Just give this guy name. Or I just wake up and they see BIC, big. I said, big. That was what I used as a young boy. A very intelligent young boy when I was writing my exams. Now, big be my favorite pen. I was always passing with big. I've not made my classmates. When I don't come, they ask which position I come. I don't not try to come this my space. Please, don't come and expose me. Please. But even now, I was a sharp student. Yes. Now, big be my favorite biro. And they use them very well. I come open and say, big don't begin endorsement for X. They don't tell me. Is there anything big is doing that I don't know? As a a long time standing fan of Big. What is happening? Now I see tweet to say Big now blackmailer in chief. I say blackmailer in chief. Who be blackmailer in chief? Because I just ask question. I said point me to it. I go read the tweet. Hey, I say Peter, I don't get joy. Peter Obi cooked that son of a druggie. He cooked him. He cook him, come make us say done well. You know even gonna call him name. Peter Obi wicked. Do you know what I'm saying? Person cook you like he pound you finish. He not gonna give you. He not even come pity you. Say make even name you. And say at least just gonna say blackmailer in chief call so. Hi, if I give him rep, he denigrated the lapdog of Tinubu and he did not even mention him. That thing pains so. From fillers in my case camp, you know, so I get inside for that camp. Those I call him Sowore and the orangutans. You know, so they wear orange berets. That is his gang, the 14,000 boys across the country. You know that is his number. There are 14,000. You know they increase. They're like Buhari goat, Buhari cow. Buhari cow they pass 300 cows. So we the past 14,000. If 3 die, 3 go enter. For always 14K. With the 14K boys, they begin to cry up and down. It is so bad. But it's part of what we're going to discuss on the violence space, my people. Welcome. Please, Mr. Peter, if you're here, please request the mic. Let's have a wonderful conversation. As I always say here, please share the space, like the space, and let's get this conversation going. I think I'm going to, as I start bringing people up, I saw a few requesting for the mic. Please just be patient with me. I'm going to bring guys up. I love one of the hashtags also going on. Rig and Buy 2027. I like it too. In fact, that's what I've been saying since. And that is the mentality you have to imbibe as Nigerians. Any person will come to make in touch from polling unit, and from polling unit, we could start the buying. If you come from polling unit, you still person votes. From polling unit, when they don't announce, say 3 polling unit officers have been pied by Jungle Justice before he reach coalition center. Before from coalition center, he can't reach state rec. I think that is how we begin to clean the system in INEC. It's a very, very, very nice initiative, and I think that I fully support it. And with that, guys, I say welcome every one of you to the violence space. While I wait for my co-host and my host to come and join me today, I just say let me bring most of you guys up. Let's have this conversation and how we anticipate the space. Please, guys, share the space. Let me even see how many people don't share the space before I go release course on topic now. Today now, bless you. The spirit of cursing in my body, my belly. Make I release. Mambolane, welcome, please. Welcome. Take it away from me, please. While I bring other people.
Mr. Dam, good evening from my side. Good evening, everybody. No, I checked just before just before you called my name. I was checking because how is it that we have over 800 people on the space, right? But when it comes to how many people have reposted, we only have 107. You people are wicked. So you want to enjoy the space on your
I will cost
own?
them now. I will cost them.
Yes, now the screen of their phones will break. That was the most popular curse that we used during those 2 years back and stuff. But no, I mean, it's like, seriously, people, come in, repost, like, repost. Let's get others to join to join us on the space. Let's get others to join us. I when I saw when Saddam sent me, I said this is what's happening tonight. I was like, I love it. Right, Acapella, I love his stand and I like that he stood his ground. I keep on saying I am Miligosian or me Konimi, right? I come from Lagos. My parents both come from Lagos. Their forebears are Lagosians, right? And the thing is, facts are facts, right? And facts don't care about your emotions, care about your feelings. Right? The fact is, Lagos State smells. And I remember the very first time as a young child, I was asking my mother, I said, why does it stink this much? I think we were, I can't remember, it was on Carter Bridge back then or something along those lines. And she was like, well, the sewage is raw sewage. I'm like, raw sewage care. And she was like, yeah, that as opposed to other places, they, that is where the soccer ways you have the vehicle comes, the trail, it collects it, and that's where it gets dumped. So there's no treatment plant, there's nothing. Right, and I know the efforts were when Jackonde was governor to try and treat all of this and also get rid of the rubbish, right? But it's a lie. The moment the man went, everyone that came thereafter have not bothered. So I don't understand why uh, they don't want to accept it. I mean, I saw that post and I was like, what do you mean by constructive criticism? Is Lagos not smelling? What manner of nonsense is this? You'll be defending the indefensible. Why? So because the person who said it isn't a Yoruba person is unacceptable? How does that change the fact of the matter, which is that Lagos smells, right? And people said, oh, it's island. No, there are places on the mainland. Right, and I haven't been for a while, so I called up people and they were like, don't worry, nothing has changed in that regard. Right, because I used to wonder, I'm like, okay, maybe to a certain degree, because the first part of my childhood wasn't spent in Nigeria, that maybe, the way I was looking at it was different. Right, but it's like even when I went back, well, the moment I hit the tarmac, right, and I get in my stepdad's car or whatever vehicle, or my husband's car, whatever it was at the time, right, I refuse, even though heat is killing me. I used to refuse to wind down. Right. I used to say, look, put on the aircon because this is not even funny. Right. It has been smelling since forever. Right. And the fact that that's his road, that is what he needs to do. Right. Clear the waterways, make sure like waste. If it rains, you and sewage, you and rubbish, right, are trying to, you're competing, right, for the floating city, right, that it is, right? Not proper drainage, not proper sewage disposal system, nothing. And then you are now feeling hurt. Right, you're now feeling offended, and then you want to gaslight somebody who's telling you the truth. I mean, it's like they should take several seats and go and sit down somewhere because I just find it really, really annoying. It's annoying. It's I don't know when people, right, suddenly decided that you can't have an opinion. Lagos Lagos was a federal capital at some point. A lot of people who their parents, right, were born in Lagos, and so they're like second, third generation Lagosians, right? And whilst yes, there is a saying, right, that um the people who regard themselves as Omeiko, right, perhaps, yeah, and in hindsight now I kind of like say sometimes, okay, fine, that might not work. But however, right, anybody that is living and paying tax in Lagos has a right, to have an opinion. After all, it's not be their tax, then they pay that plonker of a commissioner, right? Or where all this IGR, is it not revenue? Is it not generated from people's taxes? Right. So you're saying that the only people who have a right to criticize are people who who are Yorubas, because it's like it's not even born in Lagos, because clearly a lot of them, right, no matter how long, even if you speak Yoruba better than some of us, right, they'll say you're not. Yeah, and it's all about this bigotry, and it's nonsense. Lagos smells. I am sad to say it. There's no pride in it. However, that's the truth. So that commissioner of works, go and fix it. Quit putting out divisive posts, right? And big ups to Acapella who stood his ground. And in terms of Peter Randy, I love him. He's, that man, his brain is like he should open it up and study it. The amount of information in his head is great. And I've listened and I've seen some of the things that us as a obedient movement that we have been doing behind the scenes, also in terms of electoral reforms, right? And we have meetings and I'm not a meeting person, but we have meetings, right? And I listen, right? But the end of the day, right? My take is simple, right? Anybody that sees the amount of criminality going on in Nigeria will think we have no laws. There are laws on the books. If you go through them, some of them, you'll be thinking, oh my God, what we don't have is the rule of law, right? And that is the problem. So whilst I am all for electoral reform, particularly the loopholes that were exploited, right, in order to give Tinubu a technical win at the Supreme Court, right? He won on a technicality, right? Those loopholes, I would love to see them plugged, right? And so that's why I'm not like, oh no, let's not do electoral reforms. But more than anything else, what I am about, what I believe in, is the integrity of the ballot box, i.e., people vote and their votes should count. And the way it is in Nigeria is there are no consequences. That is why members of employees of INEC, right, who administer these elections, happily take bribes, compromise the system, because you have to remember that at the end of the day, right, they need people to compromise in order for it to work, right? If that professor in Abia State, if she hadn't stood her ground, you will not have an Alex Oti today, right? So there are laws on the book, but the rule of law doesn't mean a thing in Nigeria. It's criminality from top to bottom. But if we focus on the integrity of the ballot box and consequences for those who snatch ballot boxes, those who take pen and paper and try and alter, right, numbers that have been verified at the each polling unit, right, until they start having like proper consequences, right? Even if we have all the laws, right? Anybody that wants to subvert the law will continue to do so. That's the fact of the matter. So whilst I would champion every conversation around electoral reforms, the we need to focus more, right, on what is going wrong at each point of the elections, right? From the polling unit to the ward to the local government, all of that is what we need to focus on. And yes, if individuals are seeing real time consequences, right, they will stop doing it because no amount of money is worth your life. That much I know. It applies to everybody. No amount of money is worth if it's about your conscience. No, people have a price, but no amount of money is worth your life, right? Until there are real time consequences, it will keep on happening regardless of electoral reform. But like I said, electoral reforms all the way needs to come. And as per my oga, P2P, this is when I absolutely love you when you do those jabs, right? Because it sends them spiraling out of control. And I love the obedient movement because oríṣiríṣi graphics everywhere. Because I didn't actually do Twitter today, right? And when I came on, I was like, what is big, 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 big? And then, like, thankfully, I searched out, I saw the post, I read it. I was like, he has done naming ceremony for that absolute plonker. Right? When we keep on telling obedience, stop being seduced by somebody displaying muscle, blah, blah, blah. This very idea of strong men, right, is why we are where we are today. Right? You keep on getting seduced. The man, this this guy, this blackmailer in chief, right, talks a good game, right, talks tough, right, turns up with very revolution. You think at the end of the day, right, the guy is controlled opposition, but you people will never listen. Well, if only Pio. No, see, Pio is a pacifist. However, the man gets small violence. And it's not even that. He's as stubborn as they come. If he decides on a position, he will maintain that position. Right? But he's principled. Right? People like the people that you people keep on touting as proper leaders have no principles whatsoever. Right? Will lie as long as their pockets are being filled. Right? Anybody that knows this blackmailer in chief knows that this man was APC from get go. When he was tensioning Jonathan back then, right? People did a deep dive on this guy, right? And it's not like you've not seen the photos of him celebrating. He played a role. Sahara reporters played a role, right? And as such,
Mommy, let me steal from you, small. Let me steal small of your time. I swear, I just feel like maybe I would have put you in the topic as special guest. You are giving me joy. You're giving me joy,
you know,
but
because
please,
it's like
please.
I will round up now. So from the get go, this guy has always, that's the role he's played, right? But he keeps on seducing you people with big talk, right? Can you, at this point in this game, you should be able to, right, be able to determine, right, who somebody really is. He has no integrity. When has he ever criticized the government? There's so much to criticize the government on, not one topic, not one, right? Rather than P2B every day, right? So at the end of the day, is he an opposition member or is he part of the ruling party? Come on, use your tongue to count your teeth. I yield.
Thank you so much, Mommy B. Thank you so much. I wish I could just hold you on for so long, but today we have a special guest. The points you've made are just so subtle and all straight to the point. Thank you so much. I see you, comedian Acapella in the building. Guys, if you love Acapella, please, and you love Peter Randy, if you're seeing the work they do, please welcome them to the Vawulence page with enough emojis, please. I just want to see love emojis everywhere, clap emojis, whatever emoji that comes to your mind. Let them just understand how much I appreciate it and why we do what we do on the platform. Let them understand, please. Give them some emojis from me on behalf of the Vawulence page. Thank you, guys. I see. Let's keep the emojis going. Meanwhile, I'm also live on TikTok. Say me now. I don't go put new shrine. I open a new shrine on TikTok. We assembled in our shrine every 10 p.m. Nigerian time. Every day for the moment. 10 p.m. And please keep the emojis going on for those guys, not for me, for them. I'm passing this important information for you guys because honestly speaking, whenever you hear Nigerian TikTok, what comes to mind is is a place where there is just cruise, where we do nonsense, where it's something that even has provoked so many people not to want to join the platform. So we are trying to change the narrative because a whole lot of young Nigerians are on that platform. A whole lot. In fact, the future of Nigeria is on TikTok. X has been dominated by you guys. We already won the battle on this platform, even though we're not living this tough. But it's important we understand that it is always good to chart new grounds. And we are going to TikTok. So as I'm speaking right now, I am live on TikTok. And I have some of my people on TikTok. Some of you have the double. Onimale is here and he's on TikTok also. I can see a lot of you already jumping up there. It's important we grow that platform also. So please, guys, join me on that train. If you don't have anything you're doing every day at 10 p.m., I tell you, we have the best of conversations there. Those that have joined this past week, we testify. It is interesting how we share our minds on that platform. Please join us on that ride. But right now, guys, I have someone special with me up on the panel of speakers. Someone that I've done some introduction already about this young man, but I think enough words have not been said about this guy. I love seeing people take up mantles. I love seeing people challenge me. I love seeing people that understand Nigeria and really want to see Nigeria get fixed. They are very, very, we are many. I think we're in the majority, but we are very few that are really taking the bull by the horn, grabbing it by the jugular. In the voice or in the words of Abado Master, you grab it, you snatch it, you run with it. Many of us are gotten to that level of grabbing it different ways. And one of them is with us right now on the platform. My brother, my friend, Peter Randy, we had a special episode on the Emir Saddam show last week. We sat back, honestly speaking, we would have gone for hours, more and more hours. We're just talking. If you have watched it, please, if you have watched it, I want to have your comments on the comment section and also on YouTube. Those comments are very, very, very important to me. It gives me extra energy. But if you have watched it, you know what I'm talking about. This guy is a bundle of knowledge. Kai! Oh boy, thank you very much, my brother, for bringing this, sacrificing yourself for this country. It's very, very important. But let me bring you into the conversation right now. Peter Randy, welcome to the Vawulence space. It is, when we're having that conversation, can you hear me, please? Just confirm your mic first.
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
My man, your voice can't change for here. You can't form.
I dare with you, man, mount.
Man, mount, welcome, my brother. Welcome. It's good to have you on the platform. Thank you so much for the work you've been doing. As I told you on when we sat back last week on the show, on the podcast, and I told you, I was like, bro, I would never have sat down with you to talk about electoral reforms. Because on my own, I don't believe that this bunch of criminals can give us electoral reforms. But before we jump into what you love or what you're actually into right now, let me give you 1 minute to, introduce yourself, familiarize yourself with Nigerians. We have close to 1,000 Nigerians right now on this platform listening to you. We have multiple of them in their hundreds across YouTube. We have some of them also on TikTok listening to you. So if you can just take the next few minutes to, introduce yourself, hail the people listening to you, and familiarize yourself with the audience, then we get real into the show.
All right. Thank you very, very much, Emir Saddam. And well done for the amazing work you're doing. I greet everybody on this platform, everywhere from wherever you're joining us. I want to say welcome, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here for the first time as a speaker or a guest on the Vawulence space. It is not easy to be a patriotic Nigerian, because sometimes you ask yourself, waiting day, why are we actually being patriotic? What has Nigeria done for us or for you? But to be here today means that you have a commitment to the nation, and you still believe that one or two things can be done. I applaud that courage and that conviction. My name is Peter Aka. There is nothing that is so much about me. I'm just an ordinary Nigerian citizen who believes that I am an active citizen in an inactive country, and my duty as a Nigerian is to activate every system that is inactive. And that cannot be done standing alone. So we must work with like minds or people who share this collective interest to ensure that this country that we have does not sink, because no great nation is greater than the quality of its human capital. So a nation is as developed as the quality of the human beings that are there. If Nigeria fails, it's because I failed and we failed. If Nigeria does well, it's because we did well. So the question will be, how do we move forward and do well? So I'm Peter Aka, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother. And I hear that, man. I see say this guy in a fire be. I've been wondering, there's some people that come on the Vawulence space, and I'm like, where have you been all this while? We have been hosting this space for like close to 3 years now. This year will make it, I think, our 3rd year or going to 4 years, man. We've been here. And I'm wondering, where you done these things? I just hide for the back, not participating in our spaces. But my brother, I believe everybody that have listened to you with this brief introduction can understand the kind of power and the passion you have in you. But we're going to jump into the conversation. I'm going to open up the room before I bring in my brother Acapella also. I know Acapella, I can see you in the audience. Thank you so much. Please, I'm going to send you the mic also, because I would love this to be an interactive forum between both of you, getting your piece from different angles, so we don't keep it just only on INEC. I want to get a celebrity angle to this also on the conversations. Let's just have a wide variety of stuff being going on up here today. But Peter, let me run to you real quick. So far so good. I'm one of those, and I'm going to speak like we have not spoken before, right?
Yes,
so
yes, sir.
I want you to, like, let me know, because on this platform I have radicalized so many people to believe that we don't need INEC reforms. That is the truth.
Yeah.
Let me confess, because me, I believe say Tinubu and Akpabio, and I don't even know who is the speaker safe. I don't tell Judy and what they call him. I just believe that all those people are rubber stamped, that these people will not, like I asked you, I said it is like you asking a man to give you a keys to come into his house and rob him. And you said it is like you telling a person that you want to push him away from his house. So I want you to explain to a common Nigerian, an unbeliever like me, why you think it is important, this journey you're running on the INEC reforms, why you think it is important, and if you can convince us why we should support what you're doing as Nigerians. Please just take the next few minutes and go on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, this question you ask is a very important question. And one of the things that I ask myself anywhere when Nigerians gather, when we are talking, the first question I ask is, are we interested in solving the problem, or we are interested in talking about them? Do we want to continue to speak about Nigeria's problems? Well, if we want to speak about them, Nigeria's problems has not changed since 1999, maybe since 1960. It has only grown worse and has metamorphosed into different patterns. So if you were talking about fuel subsidy, it has been there before. There have been protests before. If you're talking about insecurity, it started maybe 10 years ago or even further than that. If you're talking about the economy, there are reasons why the economy cannot work, and it is simple. 60% of Nigeria's corruption is administrative, inflation of government contracts, budget padding, outright stealing of Nigeria's commonwealth. More than 80% of our budget is outrightly stolen. So everybody in Nigeria knows the problem. The Nigerian problem have been static. The question is, now that everybody is angry, anger in itself is not a plan. Because we are disgruntled with government, it's not a strategy. Say everybody don't vex for Tinubu is not a plan that will save anybody. The question will be, that anger, where do you channel it to? There must be a turning of your pain into passion for you to take positive action. And that is what brought me to this issue of electoral reform. And you know, it is easy for people to say, to dismiss the government and say, look, these people are bad, they be crooks, they are illegitimate. But guess what? The truth of the matter is, for you to get what you want, it must be from the persons who are in power. You cannot dismiss it. That is why when you talked about the person Peter will be referred to as BIC and all of that, they shout about revolution now, revolution now. If you ask the average person shouting revolution, what is the meaning of revolution? If you send Tinubu out of government, who will be next? That is Shetima. Are you okay with him? If Shetima does not take over, it will be Akpabio. Is he better off? If Akpabio does not take, maybe let's go to the military. Who is the chief of army staff? The Nigerian military is almost twice as corrupt as the Nigerian political class. So now, when you chase everybody, you must come back to elect a leader. Look at Bangladesh or Sri Lanka for a case study. There was a protest, everybody sent away the prime minister, but they went back. So it has to come back to an electoral process. So now, the simple question I will ask is, everybody is complaining that Tinubu is bad, or the president is not doing well. The economy is bad. Insecurity is bad. Those persons you are complaining that they are not doing well are already laying the groundwork to come back in 2027. So which is easier? Ensure that you get a system that you can hold them accountable by 2027, or allow them rig themselves back into power and you have another 4 years to lament and protest. And remember that with every passing year that they consolidate on criminality, it becomes even more difficult. That is why you must get what you want and put the pressure you need to get it from the government that is at hand. Buhari was the mistake that should never have been made. Almost everything that Nigerians are clamoring for from Buhari, from NSAS up till date, would have been easier to get under a Jonathan's second term. Is it because Jonathan was better? Maybe not, maybe yes for some people. But that is how you must understand politics. So that is where you see me begin to put attention on INEC and electoral reform. No matter what happens, do you think Tinubu is campaigning for 2027 because he believes he has done so well? Of course not.
The only guarantee is that there is a criminal electoral process that you can harness. So if Nigerians continue to say we can never fix INEC, if there will never be free and fair election, it then means we will never move forward. Because imagine somebody knowing that no matter how bad I am, after 4 years, I can come back. There is no deterrence. There is no deterrence for behaving badly. So Nigerians, why people have not started putting so much attention on INEC is because we have not realized, and see what they have done again. They have ensured that almost all opposition parties are completely grounded. Today, even the Labour Party, we do not know if it is a viable platform for someone to run on. The PDP is in tatters. Governor Wike was at their last expanded governors meeting. So what they are doing now is to ensure that there is problem in every opposition stronghold, River State, Kano State, Lagos State, so that we can just gather, splinters of votes from wherever and we announce a leader. We must pay attention to that process. Auntie Bolanle talked about consequences for electoral fraud. It is all part of the electoral reform. Consequences for electoral fraud will come from a reformed judiciary. Is it this judiciary? The Senate president is in power. The person who conducted his election has been convicted, but the beneficiary of that process is still holding office. So when you add all of this together, you will know that, my brother, if we do not fix a system to stop what is going on by 2027, it then means we will hold most spaces by 2027 and talk again until 2031, and they rig themselves back and we continue in that cycle.
God forbid. God forbid, oh, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. My brother, thank you so much. Please let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. Meanwhile, welcome my co-host, my brother, and Sizu. Thank you. Let me ask you a question. So far, so good. Based on what you're doing, based on what you have done, I don't. Most of these questions I'm asking you are already on the podcast, right? But I just, for emphasis sake, and for people that might have not watched it or will not watch it, that are here also. You have said a whole lot of how much we need to reform INEC. Our problems, we know. We need to reform INEC. You say we know. What is the process? Okay, let me ask a layman question. What in INEC are they reforming?
Do you know what happened in 2023 or 2022? Buhari went on a mischievous movement in the name of trying to reform INEC. Kept going back and forth and back and forth. In fact, it began with this Mahmoud Yakubu, this current chairman. As at 2018, he went to meet the NCC director and said they needed electronic technology for elections. They even set up a steering committee between INEC and NCC. A lot of Nigerians do not follow some of these things. But it was in 2018 and it was too close to the 2019 election, so it was not implemented. So after the 2019 elections, they said they wanted to do electoral reform and they needed to make electronic transmission of results mandatory. So you remember that from Bukola Saraki's Senate, they kept sending it to Buhari. He rejected it about 3 times. Finally, the House of Reps called NCC and said, do we have enough broadband network to power electronic transmission of results? NCC said in some places we have 2G, some places we have 3G, and so on and so forth. They called INEC. INEC said that we are not asking National Assembly to pass a law on something we are not already trying. We have done it in off-season election in Edo State, the second-term election of Governor Obaseki, and in the off-season election in Ondo State, that is the second-term election of the late Governor Rotimi Akeredolu. So we only need a law to back up what we are already doing. And that is why Barrister Festus Okoye went all over the country telling Nigerians for more than 100 times that there will be electronic transmission of results. In fact, INEC requested for 313 billion. And out of that amount, INEC say 150 billion will be used for electronic technology. Only for on the day of the election, the president or the chairman said there was a glitch. So the National Assembly passed a law but left a loophole. If you go and look at section 60, subsection 5, it said the presiding officer will transmit the results in a way and manner as prescribed by INEC. And if you go to paragraph 38 of the INEC guidelines, it also opens everything to how INEC will do it. So basically what we had in 2023 was a manual election with an option of electronic. INEC, the entire country, we were at the mercy of whatever INEC decided to do. And that is why today, the INEC chairman is supposed to be facing charges an investigation on what happened in 2023 if we had a serious country. So what was everybody supposed to do? Immediately after 2023, every attention should have been turned to INEC. What caused the glitch? How do we ensure that there are no further glitches? Mr. Chairman, you cannot receive 150 billion and say there was a glitch, but everybody kept quiet. And guess what? Even the current opposition lawmakers, who are spineless, by the way, because they have decided to be in bed with the oppressors, so they are part of them, are also waiting on Nigerians to begin to talk about electoral reform. And look at the mischief. Today, now, you heard the Senate president telling his people during the APC town hall, he said that Tinubu will go as unopposed candidate for APC, but not only for APC, on a candidate for the entire Nigeria. Is it because Tinubu has performed? No, it is INEC. So we must plug that loophole, ensure that the transmission, let there be a specification for how INEC should conduct the results, make that electronic transmission mandatory, then begin to talk about enforcement so that by the time you get to judiciary, the calisthenics that they do, because it is a Tinubu-controlled judiciary. In fact, it is the legal department of the ruling party. So you must ensure that it's an all-round approach. Balance the Electoral Act, plug the loopholes, ensure that it is off human interference as much as possible, then we prepare for the judiciary. That is what Nigerians must do. And then strengthen the opposition. Whether you want independent candidacies to become, let us have it in the electoral reform. Because if there was no issue of only running from political parties, Obi, a person like Obi can run on his own personal self-recognition as an independent candidate. He will not be running around trying to solve Labour Party issues. That is where they have held everybody in opposition by the jugular.
And you're saying that Nigerians have the power to change this, right?
I am telling you that the difference between where we are today as a people and what we want is our collective determination. Calculate everybody who is in the National Assembly. Calculate everybody that is in the presidency. Calculate the 36 state governors. Let us give them with all their speakers and commissioners. How many are there? So 2027 is supposed to be a battle between the evil of Nigerian political class and we, the more than 200 million victims of reckless and hopeless leadership. The question is, are Nigerians mobilized enough by our collective pain? This constant news of killing, inflation, people are buying a bag of rice for more than 50,000 and we are okay. Nigerians know how to acclimatize. If you push us through a wall, we can burrow holes from it. That is what Nigerians are. Even the National Assembly, they are following everything I have been doing. All this electoral reform we are talking, they are only saying that Nigerians will not pay attention. Tomorrow, when you wake up, it will be Natasha versus this. It will be the copper. Nigerian politicians will throw a lot at you, but Nigerians, please, maintain focus and insist. See, if 1,000 or 10,000 Nigerian youths shut down that National Assembly, whether or not they decide to be as crooked as whatever it is, electoral reform will come out. The Nigerian politicians are the most fearful people. They only know that Nigerians will be docile because we are fearing police tear gas. We are fearing, if we come out, Akpabio knows now, he will not, oh my God. Nigerians need to get the courage and wisdom to put focus where it is needed and be firm on that demand. That is the only way out. If not, 2027, we have more coming.
Hey, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. See, guys, I don't know if you're enjoying what I'm enjoying here, but thank you, my brother Randy. I'm going to bring in my brother Sizu, probably guests to start coming up now to ask questions, and we'll circle the conversation right now. But I want to see if I can drag up comedian Acapella to join us right now, because this conversation is one that I think it should be well cooked well today. Thank you very much, my brother. Okay, Acapella is here. Guys, now they try for me. Now they try. Do the kind of heavyweight where I carry come space today for now. Please, with the whole emojis you guys can have in your bank. Okay, Acapella is here. Please make I mute you. I want to introduce you well. With all the emojis you have in your bank by people on the platform, however you can do it, how you can spread the emojis, I need you guys to please scatter my screen with emojis right now, because I have the biggest, the best, the number one comedian in the whole world, in the whole wide world. He did Vawulence space today. So if you love Acapella, if you have been enjoying the cooking scene, the cooking series that have been going on social media for the past couple of days, please send some emojis across for this, my brother. He's up here on the platform. I'm just going to give a few minutes or 1 minute to just, say hi to the people. Acapella, you're welcome to the Vawulence space. I reached out to you, and unlike many other celebrities, you answered. And you're here and you're talking to over 1,000 plus Nigerians on this platform, hundreds of them across different other platforms. We're here to talk about the state of the nation. And you have been an integral part on the state of the nation in the past week in review. You have been doing things. Many people will say, where did this guy come out from? Many people, maybe many Gen Zs that don't know who Acapella is, that have not been opportunity to watch you live, will be wondering, who is this guy? And I've gone so berserk on all these guys. But you're welcome to the Vawulence space. Let me give you 1 minute to please just, say hi to our audience, say hi to Nigerians across the different platforms. Comedian Acapella, if you can hear me, please unmute your mic and
Yeah, I
speak.
can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are speaking from.
I won't lie, they make me laugh. Anyway, guys, I need to say good evening to everybody. Good evening from wherever you're listening from across the world. To capture everybody, I just say good day. My name is Acapella. I'm a renowned stand-up comedian. I'm doing comedy for over 23 years. And for those people who have been following stand-up comedy, I've not been active on the Twitter space. So I want to think that the people on Twitter probably are just knowing me on that space for now. But everything I have done my entire career has been to use my platform and my art form to advocate for a better Nigeria. Buhari was in this country for 8 years. If you go to YouTube and watch 99% of my videos, it has always been advocacy for Nigeria through humor, because I've always believed that the best way to pass any message is through humor or music, as the case may be, because it will travel far. But what happened recently for me, I was born in Lagos. I've lived my whole life in Lagos. Being a comedian, I have traveled almost the entire 36 state of Nigeria, and of course, across countries around the world. And Lagos is smelling is not something that anybody who, for those who were born in Lagos, who lived in Lagos for many years, you may not know that Lagos is smelling that much until you probably leave Lagos for some time, come back to Lagos, and then you find out how smelly Lagos is. But Lagos is smelly was not what triggered me. What triggered me was the response of the commissioner to the guy who pointed out what is an obvious situation of Lagos, because the guy was simply asked a question. Lagos was compared to New York, and then the guy said, "Why are we comparing Lagos to New York? Lagos smells. Lagos have big mosquitoes." And then the best thing that the commissioner could do was to tribalize whatever went there. Oh no, I think that didn't go down well with me. And so I responded to the commissioner directly. By the time I woke up that morning, it was attacks from left, right, and center. And of course, the situation that happened in 2023 election is still in everybody's memory. I could remember the 2023 election after the presidential election. We're going to come out for the governorship election, and then one of my friends called me and said, "Bro, you will not come to this polling booth." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because they don't discuss your name for you. They say you be 100% obedient. So that's what we allow una do for presidency. Una no go fit come try am here." You can imagine how heartbreaking you are to be disenfranchised to lend your vote just because you are supporting a particular party and because you are from a particular region. And I had for a long time watch the whole thing, how the Twitter Nigerian space that used to be one of the most enviable Twitter space in the world. For those of you who are just coming to Twitter, you can go and do a search. You will see where Dwayne Johnson, one of the biggest actors in America, once highlighted and then glorified the Nigerian Twitter space. But these days, you come on the Twitter space, then because there are some people that they gathered and pay 20,000 naira, anybody that expresses their discomfort with what is going on in Nigeria, you are being gaslighted to say you are demarketing Nigeria. I don't understand. The easiest way to solve a problem is to first accept that there's a problem. And so when people express it, they pounce on you and say, "Oh, you are demarketing Nigeria." So that day I wasn't having it. That day I wasn't really having it. I had to leave everything I was doing and say, how do they say it in recent that they say it's Oha. for her or something, you know. So the violence taken it by force, like you said. So I gave them the way they gave me. Anyways, good evening, everybody. That's just it.
Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you so much. This one says more than an intro, my brother. Welcome. Thank you so much for what you've done and what you're doing. As you rightly said, you're one of those comedians that have always used your platform and the humor on your platform to, to talk about the issues of Nigeria. You have been doing it across different regimes. As way back as Jonathan up until now. So you've been consistent in doing this. So it's not something that you just started up today, people that we're dealing with are like the most bigoted set of people that they try to, as you said rightly, tribalize everything. They know once they put in tribe or religion in the conversation, you muddy the waters, and Nigerians begin to get distracted with what they do. But thank you so much. I'm gonna please just stay with us up here. I have Peter Randy with you here. You guys are our special guests today on the violence space. So I'm going to just bring in my co-host. I don't know if any of them want to ask you guys questions or just make a very brief, very short 1-2 minutes. N6, do you want to come in right now or well?
I'm sorry, I'm in transit. I'm driving now. Give me like 10 minutes.
Okay, please. When you're ready, just let me know. Well, let me bring you into the conversation right now. Welcome, my brother. You're welcome. I think this is where you come in best. I think you help us in moderating with speakers coming up to ask questions, because I know many people want to ask questions. And also, I see all your requests also. Please, in case the mic did not get to you on time and you have something to do, you have a question that is itching you to ask any of these our guests tonight, please put it on the comment section. Hopefully, we'll get to read it out to them and they can answer these questions. But let me come to you, well-meaning, right now. How are you doing today, my brother? Good afternoon.
Yeah, Emia Saddam. Good. NCs. That NCs where we don't hear about. Good evening, everybody. I just did here like this. I just did think. I mean, I just came in to the space. I did not. In fact, I'm just looking at Saddam and I just see your WhatsApp message. I was just about to type to you on WhatsApp saying, bro, how you say they cook all this kind of food? How did you cook this? Coming to the space and seeing our brother Randy Peter and comedian Acapella is like, and that's from like 0. Okay, whenever it's 0, but that was from like 100 to 1, like 100 to another kind of 100. So anyway, good evening to everybody on the space. Good evening to our special, let me just say special guest. I will probably prefer not to call them guests, because if you're on this space, really, you know that you are here because there's a burning desire in you to see Nigeria work. That's usually why you're here, except for a couple of persons that are probably just here just to make fun of their own selves or something. So good evening to you, Randy Peter. Funny enough, we've talked about you a couple of times on this space, on the good light, and having to see you here, then comedian, Acapella as well. The few times I've been on social media recently, I think I was online sometime recently and I saw Saddam's tweet. So I read every tweet on Comedian Acapella's page. Every tweet. I read it religiously. Like, and I mean, I wouldn't say I was just laughing. It just felt good to see someone saying what needed to be said with so much authority and not wanting to hold back. Like, I think that was the feeling I had. So, welcome to you guys. Welcome to everybody on the space. I wouldn't want to be honest, I don't have any special submissions to make. It's good that we have you guys today. It's just sad I came in just now. So I'll have to go and play the space back after it ends to hear, because I have a feeling that Randy had, said something just before I came into the space, and I don't like to miss anything that our brother Randy Peter says, and it's very important to listen to. But before I start going to speakers, like Saddam said, we would have people come to ask them question. And please, our brother Randy Peter, our brother Capella, so you probably hear people come and give submissions. You are probably used to Twitter Spaces and how it works. And
no, well, meaning there's no submission today. Please, just strictly on questions. Let's keep it. Because these guys are bundle of knowledge and information.
Yeah.
I really want to hear them speak today. I just want, if you have questions, everybody that's acting probably have a submission. It should be a minute, then goes with the question so that we can. I want to juice these guys, man.
Yeah.
I want to suck the juice out of their body today. So let's go. Thank
Why
you.
you talking like that? Anyway, so but the point I was trying to make with you guys is that please, even if it's a submission that someone comes to make at any point, because sometimes someone says something, it triggers your memory. Please feel free to unmute your mic, and if you want to make additional contributions to it, even if the question wasn't directed to you. So, for example, if someone is asking a question to you, to Comedian Capella, our brother Randy Peter, if you feel like there's something you need to add, please unmute your mic. Today we are all here together. We want to talk about Nigeria. We want to make sure that we add our voices like we've been doing to having a better country. But before I come to that, please, if you're on the space, we have a tradition. Please do well to repost the space. Is a tradition. Do well to repost the space. And like I always say, we are not reposting just because we want people on the space. We are reposting because we want an avenue for people to be able to hear what we are saying. We don't want to just talk to ourselves. So if you don't know how to do it, it's quite simple. If you click the comment button below your screen, so there's a comment section button below your screen, click it. You see a repost icon. You can do that. You can share the space, whatever you feel like works best for you. Okay, I can see some people doing it now. That I'm looking at it now and I'm seeing the numbers change.
Well, meaning.
Yeah.
No vex. I want to ask Mr. Randy Peters one question that has really been bugging me.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the Nigerian Electoral Act of Section 94 of the Nigerian Electoral Act of 2022 speaks about limitation on political broadcasts and campaigns by political parties. For the purpose of this act, the period of campaigning in public by every political party shall commence 150 days before polling day and should end 24 hours prior to the polling day. Section 94 of the 2022 Electoral Act states, Part 2, a registered political party which through any person acting on its behalf during the 24 hours before polling day that advertises on the facilities of any broadcasting undertaking or procures for publication or acquiesces in the publication of an advertisement in a newspaper for the purpose of promoting or opposing a particular candidate commits an offense under this act and is liable on conviction to a maximum fine of 500,000. So we have an Electoral Act, Section 94, that states you cannot advertise yourself, sell yourself, pitch yourself to Nigerians until 150 days to election. We have a president that 2 years, barely 2 years, it's not yet May 29. His posters are all over the roads in Abuja. He is in campaign mode. As we are speaking today, the person you are telling me that we are to submit this electoral act to, that will be part of the people that will change the act, Akpabio, is telling us that Tinubu should even be the only presidential candidate. So I ask one more time, if the president himself is already committing acts against the Electoral Act, if a president barely 18 months into office is already in campaign mode, full-time campaign mode, how possible is it that we will even really fix this electoral act? Second question, INEC blocked my handle on Twitter the day they announced Peter Obi. I don't know if you know this. I now put up a tweet saying, am I the only person that has noticed this? And more than 2,000 obedience have proof till today that INEC has blocked us on Twitter. If we cannot even get INEC to unblock us on Twitter, is it INEC that will now follow this Electoral Act and all these beavers we are saying? So, Mr. Randy Peters, I'm not knocking what you're saying. No, me, I'm on the school of we need to beat them. We need to beat them. But if you are still saying there's another way, electoral reform, this and that and that, how do we start with a president that is already in campaign mode, barely 2 years into his tenure? I yield. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Host, can I go ahead to respond, sir?
Shoot, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, my very Oga, and well done for all that you do. Comedian Acapella, well done, sir. I greet everybody once again. This question is very beautiful, and it is what I have had and gotten for as long as I have been talking about electoral reform. When we ask the question, the president is in campaign mode already. That in itself is a message to Nigerians. Look, whether you go by the INEC results or not, this current leadership is one of the most unpopular governments in the history of Nigeria. Because if you add the number according to INEC of the people who voted against this government, they are more than those who voted for them. If you add the opposition votes, let us assume that result is correct. For you to see someone like this come out to begin to campaign in 2 years, or even, in fact, those posters have been there since 2024, meaning barely 1 year into office, they were in campaign mode. This is the only ruling party or government that has been acting like an opposition. That should tell you that there is fear and jittery somewhere. This government knows. Look, if Tinubu was really able to campaign, the flyers you'll be seeing will not be the pictures of him and his wife dancing or him standing somewhere. It will be the projects that he has been able to accomplish in the last 2 years. So that should tell you a lot that you need to know. And if you want to talk about the Electoral Act telling you that it should be done within a space of 150 days, a good market is even able to sell in 7 days. Look, there is a particular candidate, because I don't want to sound too partisan. There is a particular candidate that has the personal capital that the only thing he needs to do is voter mobilization. The campaign of what he can do and what they can approve is already registered in the hearts of Nigerians. The question is, what happened in 2023? It was INEC that was between us and a different presidency. So when we continue to ask ourselves that, will these people do? Will these people do? What is our other option? Since they will not do, let us do what? Okay, they will not do. They are preparing for 2027. The imperative question is, what is our own agenda for 2027? Because as it is today, we are already complaining. So if we allow them complain into 2027 and they come back, we have renewed subscription for another 4 years of complaining. So that is why I'm saying that Nigerians have been victims of so much bad governance that we have decided to accept that we are a captured people and we can't change anything. Electoral reform is very possible. Because you know why? One of the major problem about Nigeria is that there are no consequences. I mean, this Twitter where we are talking about, where we are having this conversation today, was banned by Buhari for more than 5 months, about 6 months. But what happened? Buhari enjoyed his 8 years, even brought in a successor. So there is no accountability. When a person knows that, if Tinubu knows that no matter what you people talk and complain, I have a strategy to come back in 2027, why should he do well?
That electoral system is what must ensure that the people begin to know that if I do, imagine Tinubu knowing that there is an INEC or electoral process that can vote him out in 2027. Tinubu will not be campaigning. He will be commissioning projects and talking to Nigerians. Their confidence is in that electoral act or electoral process that is corrupt and criminal. The question is, when will Nigerians, 200 million of us, also have the courage to threaten the government and say we want to fix this? It must be with massive pressure. Everybody must decide that this beating, you even mentioned something, say we need to beat them. The beating may not even be physical. There is a kind of movement. Look at Serbia, for example. In the city of Belgrade, since last year, November, a train roof crashed or collapsed and killed about 15 people in Serbia. Since November last year, Serbians have been protesting. They want, the Serbian president, Aleksandar Vučić, is a very strong man, stronger 10 times than Tinubu. The people are on his shoulders. The prime minister has resigned. The people are still protesting. Nigerians, we have accepted. If we decide to say, okay, elections can never be free and fair, it can never, well, we have also agreed that whatever is the outcome in 2027, we will live with it. We will continue to complain. But I believe strongly that if every Nigerian begins to talk on, I know the calls I have received, I know messages that have gotten to me from people in this government and people all over who know that this INEC is actually the silver bullet. If we do not find courage to fix it, we will continue to struggle. That is why I'm begging everybody. We are planning. We are going to National Assembly by next week because the 30-day countdown we put, we are supposed to go by the 15th, but we have moved it to next week so that it will be a day of plenary. We will put it out for Nigerians. Anybody who comes should come. My own is I want to ensure that by the day after election in 2027, may I not wake up and realize there was something I was supposed to have done that I did not do. But believe me, it is very possible.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much, Peter Randy. God bless you for that one. Please, what's the hashtag? Comedian, I'm going to come to you right now, please.
I beg, next time he's going, he should just remind them that whoever is the INEC handler should unblock every single Nigerian they have blocked.
Acapella, you want to say something, please? Come in.
Maoga, let me just say quickly, sorry, I did not respond to that. You see that blocking of people by INEC, it is the rascality we are talking about because they know there are no consequences. Did you see recently that Ministry of Interior Twitter handle was watching porn with the Twitter handle? This will not be blocked. Ministry of Interior, Nigeria's Federal Ministry of Interior. The handler was using it to retweet X-rated content. So Nigeria is an anyhow society. Anybody will do anything because there are no consequences. You can go ahead with it. We must fix those red lines.
Acapella,
okay, so can I quickly say I want to shout out to Randy Peter for all the good work he's been doing, and I think I want to agree with him because one of the easiest way to achieve a result or to not blame yourself of anything is to have seen that you tried, you did your own bits. And if it doesn't work, you don't beat yourself. Because for me, I'm of the opinion that any serious country should not have the president and appoint the INEC chairman. He who pays the piper, he takes it home. The president cannot be the person appointing the INEC chairman, and then sometimes you expect. So when you appoint the INEC chairman, is working for you. Any president who appoints anybody can come and say, "Oh, you go. You are not doing what I want. You come." I think that INEC as a body should be where people grow through the ranks like the military. And so when you grow through the ranks working in that organization, you know that inevitably, whoever the president is, you have worked, you have labored for years, and then this is where you are now. The president has no say as to whether you are going to be there or not. If we have an INEC, for instance, see what happened with the JAM thing. And then somebody came out and said, man proposes and God disposes. That person is still keeping that job. Like he said, no consequences. That person is still keeping that job. And so I think I agree with him. We have to try first, do everything that we have to do. Just like when the last 2023 election started, they said we're just 4 people in a room. All those things are mind games. They try to play mind games. Right now, they started even playing their mind games. Peter Obi cannot win Tinubu alone. Peter Obi, let's be honest, nobody can contest Tinubu in 2027. These are things that they start to plant from early stages to discourage us from doing the things. Like, for instance, NCS was saying the president is on campaign mode. But you know, everything that they do, they create some loopholes that they can counter you with. If you see those billboards that they are putting out, you will not see APC vote Tinubu. No, they will just post a Tinubu billboard, and then maybe they say Tinubu door to door. They didn't say vote for Tinubu. There's no APC logo there. So they can as well tell you that they are not campaigning for the president. But what they are doing, they are putting him in your face. Right? And so when they play their own game, you have to play your own counter game. Do everything you have to do within your own power. The people are the power. The problem in Nigeria is that we are too relaxed. We have too many maybes. What if? And then by the time we start having these doubts, we have already conquered ourselves before we go to the war.
Thank you so much. Thank you, comedian Acapella. Thank you, Randy. Let me just run real quick because right now we are very proactive on this platform. On this platform, it's where we set trends and we make things trend. So please, Randy Peters, we are on behalf of myself and this community of Valenzas here. Please, Valenzas, if you guys are in for INEC reform, let me see the emojis everywhere, please. If you're in for INEC reforms, let me see the emojis everywhere, please. If you're not for INEC reforms, then leave it. So let me see with the power with you guys, and I now know that okay, we are good. Okay, I see you guys. That means these guys are resonating with what we are saying here. Please, guys. So therefore, I'm going to take permission from Randy Peters. Please, what is the hashtag you guys have been trending? We must trend it right now. It's a must. We're going to trend it right now. Everybody on the platform, we're over 1,000 plus on the platform. We're going to make a couple of tweets right now. Let's get proactive because it's not just speaking and complaining. Let's get to work. And let's know what you're doing. You say you guys are going to march to Abuja. On the violence space, we are going to help power that march going forward because for me, I am not here to be talking every time. I am tired of, I will not have space after 2027. So help me God. I will not be on space. If I'm having spaces, I'm having crew space, enjoyment space, not complaining for Nigerian space. So we have to do everything possible to make sure that we can fix Nigeria by 2027. On my episode of the Emir Saddam Show with Randy Peters, please, guys, it's up on the Jumbotron. I want every one of you on the platform, please go and watch that show. I sat down with this man for like 1 hour, 30 minutes. Everything he's saying here, he said it well detailed out. For those that are confused, maybe you won't have enough time to say most things here, go on that show and you can watch it. But Randy, please give me the hashtag. I will start first and I will tweet it out right now. And everybody on the platform, when you see that hashtag, please make tweets with it. All our graphic designers out there, please start designing graphics for us with it. Let us keep it in the national discourse going into next week. Anyhow, we can support that match in Abuja. We will support you guys. So, Randy, please, what's the hashtag? Let's start from there first, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comedian Acapella, thank you. Well done, everybody. The hashtag we have been using is hashtag electoral reform, hashtag fix INEC now, hashtag no electoral reform, no election. That is what we have been doing. And by the way, the petition we took to the National Assembly, I'm sure you saw the video. We just had 2 key points, making the transmission of results transparent. If INEC say they cannot build an INEC server, Nigerian youth can build an INEC server with less than 150 billion and even have a back-end support to make it transparent. And the second one was what Comedian Acapella talked about, that the election of the INEC chairman, people are suggesting that it should come from maybe the NJC, it should come from, retired judges and all of that. But what we are trying to do, the idea is, look, this Mahmoud Yakubu we think is bad. He will not be there by 2027. The problem is he will be replaced with somebody that is even worse. Now, what we are trying to achieve is ensure you protect the process so much so that you insulate it from human interference. Because look, the best of man is man. Even if you appoint, with all due respect, the Pope is a human being. We call him His Holiness. It doesn't mean he's not man. It is just a title. So anybody can decide to go there and become mischievous with their plans. So what we want to do is let the process itself be so protected and Nigerians guide it so much so that whoever that becomes INEC chairman is not so consequential in the... Imagine if we just went with that electronic transmission of results in 2023, where from the polling units, the IREF results were used. We would not have this talk conversation. Because me too, honestly, Emir Saddam, Nigeria talk, it don't tire me. 16 years of PDP, we are going into 12 years of APC. If Tinubu comes back, that is 16 years of APC. That is 32 years under mediocre leadership. The full development of a human being from child to an adult. What a waste of a generation of people. So every day we waste time talking about fixing government, we are postponing the evil day. And remember, this current president is not a normal elite politician. Emir Saddam, you remember I said this. There is a textbook explanation of what they do in Lagos. Forget who has been there. One person has been de facto governor for more than 20 years. Why is Lagos smelling today? The place is congested. Why is nobody drenching the Warri and Calabar seaports? Why is Lagos seaport the only active one? Why is everybody moving there and the other parts of the country are not being economically viable? In other parts of the world, people migrate even to the savannah or to the Sahel, but here everybody is moving towards the sea. And everybody is congested there, and the commonwealth of the persons are being pocketed because nobody will say anything, nobody will ask questions. So I'm sorry that because say Nigeria, me too, I just want come space where they say I go just relax, I go just enjoy my life. Nigeria matter, make I no go die before my day. The hashtag is electoral reform. Fix INEC now. Thank you, I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you so much, guys. I've put it on the jumbotron right now. Please, we are trending electoral reforms. Fix INEC now. Please, everybody on the platform, take the next few seconds. You can retweet mine. You can just copy it and make tweets with it. Guys, we are trending it today, and not just today, into the weekend. Up until next week, we'll be trending it. I have some questions from TikTok. I'm going to circle back to you, but before I come to our TikTok audience, let me come to you, comedian Acapella. Your hands are up, sir. Please, you have the space.
My hands were, I don't think that was before, not now.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So please, just whatever it is that in the course of the discussion that you guys feel like you want to talk, please always chip in and jump in. But let me come to Randy from TikTok. Onimale is asking, please, what is your TikTok account? Comedian Acapella and Randy Peters, and can you guys please come? Can we have you guys host you guys on a special episode on TikTok? I don't know. I'm putting you guys on the spot, so please. Acapella, I would love to have you guys on TikTok. We'll have a special live on TikTok with Randy also to discuss these issues. We can fix the date maybe within next week, maybe before. I'll just have to check with you guys' time. But please, I'm putting you guys on the stop. Is this something that's possible for the TikTok audience? Let them know, please.
Yeah, sure it is. Okay, Comedian Acapella is my Twitter. TikTok handle.
Thank you. Randy,
Emir Saddam, between now and 2027, anytime you hold Nigeria discussion, if now 1 a.m., wake me, involve me. I am interested. My TikTok handle is Randy Peters. All my social media, Instagram, Randy Peters, TikTok, Randy Peters. Just involve me. I'm an interested party.
Thank you very much. We'll take this gospel to TikTok. TikTokers, I don't hear them, Abi. I'm gonna show me love for TikTok.
Yeah, comedian_acapella. Sorry, comedian_acapella.
Comedian_acapella. That's his handle on TikTok. TikTokers, and also Randy Peters. So please, guys, follow them up there. I'll be bringing them to TikTok probably this next. After this space, I'm going to schedule something for you guys. I will be coming there strictly for TikTokers, right? So you guys on Vawulence page are not on TikTok. Now they mean so we don't go Gen Z. We are potting. And we are potting. We're in Nigeria. You don't want to enter TikTok. You must open TikTok account today. is already on TikTok now. So I don't agree enter, but I don't enter. We are there now. All right, let's run real quick. Please, guys, let's everyone on the platform, let's use the hashtag electoral reforms, fix INEC now. Let's get it trending, please. Tweet it. Acapella, you want to come in? All right, let me circle back to our speakers up here. All right, let me come to, I think, let's take a lady. Dr. Royal. Dr. Royal, good evening. Is it me?
Is it noisy? Can you hear me?
It's noisy, but let's try. Go on. Welcome, Naija.
Okay. I've gone to a quiet place now. Is it better?
Yeah, you can go on, Dr. Royal.
Okay, fantastic. Manipita, I really want to thank you so much for all that you're doing on the space, on the social media space. I'm a very great fan of yours. I'm so excited to see what you do, and I watch all your videos. I share all your videos. First of all, let me thank my host first. No vex. Sorry, I'm just so excited to see Peter. Sadam, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you so much for Vawulence space. I'm always happy to be here. Always great to be here. Well, in Nigeria, thank you so much. Bolanle and everybody, comedian, Capella, awesome. I just started following recently, and I really love what you do. So great. N6, I can see you there. Well done too. Okay, so Randy Peter, I really want to say thank you for all that you do, honestly, because Saddam was saying, there are very few voices. Or was it Wellman Nigeria that was saying it? There are very few people who are able to stand out and be able to speak out. I watch all your videos from right from National Assembly all the way. Every time you stand in front of those plantain leaves, I wonder why the plantain leaves. It makes me laugh so much. In front of those plantain leaves, and you're making those, and you're so articulate in what you say. And it's really great because it's stirring up a new wave of awareness in Nigerians that we have to have electoral reforms. I've been wondering in my mind, how won't do this matter safe? How won't the electoral reform? Because I know that no matter how much we fight for our principle, no matter how much we fight for new Nigeria, if we do not have electoral reform, it's going to be a waste of time. Because we did all this in 2023. We're all out there on the street. We're there for the 1 million man march. We went to the market. We shared aprons. We shared face cap, t-shirts. We sent flyers. We do voter education. We even went all the way to do what they call it when there was flood. We do outreaches to flooded areas. We did everything. That voter education thing, teaching old people how to vote, how to press their thumbprint on the voter card and all that. But after all that we did, even me, we're polling unit agents, so we are the polling unit. We were there, fought for a Labour Party. We're not going to agree. APC stand there. They fought for our everything. All the way to the polling unit, all the way to the collation center, and we saw what happened, the shock of our lives. So I've been thinking about this since all this time. I said, wait, how we want to do this 2027? We want to fight again, of course. We refuse to give up, of course. We'll say we will not let go. We'll not watch our Nigeria die for our very time. No, in our eyes, Nigeria will change in our time. Nigeria must transform because, we cannot give up. But how do we go about this? I've been wondering, thinking. I had a very, very good friend of mine. I'm sure some of you knew him, Ario. Is it Ario? What's his other name? Ario, that's his name. I can remember very well. My friend in Abuja who died fighting for this electoral reform. Was one of the people who fought for that first 2022 electoral reforms bill, and he died. Somehow got sick. I don't know. I said they poisoned him. Only God knows, but I think he died of lung cancer. So he died, just before the elections, and he pained me like one of our soldiers has fallen. Then, he told me all kinds of things that was happening. All kinds of things he told me about. But I've been wondering. And so when I saw you come up with this, I was so encouraged in my spirit, I must tell you. And I'm sure that goes for many other Nigerians, because we need to ensure that the electoral process is better. I know that Ensis was asking just now, not the same Tinubu or the same Akpabio, I want to but like Peter always says, don't say they will not do it, because that's the more reason why they do not do it. There's no harm in trying, because if we do not still try, we will still be back here. So I'm saying go open space again 2027 going forward. But we know we're back here again. So it's something that we must all fight for. I've already put up my what do you call it, my hashtag already. I'm already retweeting it. And Peter, anywhere I see your post, I go retweet them. Anywhere I see your videos, I'm already going on TikTok. I'm going on TikTok already to go and start in that side, because I think we need to push it more. And comedian Bella, thank you for what you're doing too. Yes.
We have very limited time today, so I don't.
No vex. Let me round up now. No vex. Sorry. Let me round up. Okay, right away. So let me acknowledge my comedian first. I've also talked about him too. Thank you for all you're doing. I've seen on your post. I'm following you now, and you're doing a great job. Thank you for speaking out. Many celebrities don't want to speak up because they're afraid of being attacked. But you're one of the bold voices in the space, voices in the social media space. I really thank you. And everyone out there, let us keep doing this, because we know, see, there will be a give. I'm head of department in my department at work, and I was telling them at the beginning of this year, I said something will happen this year. No, don't worry. In my department, where I had issues, they'll be given. Guess what? Something happened because we kept pushing. So something will happen in Nigeria. Right. Somebody said today that the fireworks don't start, and there will be a gift. Thank you so much. Women again. Thank you.
So let me just quickly say this first. Thank you very much, Dr. Royal. As much as so I understand if you come up and you don't have like a question, then I mean that's fine. But you just try to make your submission or whatever you want to say as brief as possible. Even if it's a question, I will still as brief as possible. The request line is kind of very long, and I'm sure these are persons that I know. Say Randy don't talk to anytime when you wake up. If you leave Randy, if you really leave Randy, you go sleep here till tomorrow. But that even if he's willing to, we won't want him to sleep here. He's putting in a lot of effort individually, like we all should, into this. So we want to try and get as many persons. But before I go to the next speaker, let me remind you guys again. 2 things I want to remind you. Very, very important. This thing is very, very important. The first one is the hashtag. Just to tell you, Randy Peters, even as of last week, and I'm going to come back, I'll probably make some of my comments later on, but even as of last week, we didn't even need your presence. So this is not even because you are here. We already started adding our voices to this. So as of last week, we already even pushed within the space to say, okay, let's do the hashtag. You might have noticed it, but of course, now that you're here, we'll try to push it. We'll try to, we'll certainly push it more, and even in the coming days. So that's important. But please, the hashtag, first hashtag electoral reform, then hashtag fix INEC now. I always say this: if you know you don't have any word to it, if it's only the hashtag, you can tweet it. I mean, if you don't have anything to type, like you are lazy, I don't have many things to write, it's okay. Just put those 2 hashtags, tweet it like that. If you don't want to leave it blank, go to Randy's profile. You will see many. What I used to do, because sometimes Nigeria matter, I know they feel composed tweets. So what I do is I will go to Randy's profile. You will see a lot of his videos. Retweet those videos with the hashtag. There are a lot of pictures there that you can use. There's the picture usually that is electoral reform now. Carry that. There's so many things you can use to retweet the hashtag. But the major point is that hashtag tonight, tomorrow, in the coming days should stay somewhere on the trend. That's the most important part. Then the second announcement, very important. If you've not watched the Emir Saddam show, the episode that was released today, no problem. I'm like you, we are together. But where me and you will also be together is just go and click the video now. Maybe because you're on space, you cannot listen to it now. Click it on YouTube. There's where they put watch later. And just make sure you have put it for watch later so that you don't go and forget. Honestly, I think that's a video everybody needs to watch, and probably even binge watch it in your houses or your smart TVs or whatever you use. So please, it's very important. These are we need to keep spreading this message. All right, quickly, I'll just go straight to speakers. If you have questions, quickly you go straight to it. I'm going to go now to Odun Tutu. I know you were already in speaker session even before I joined. So Odun Tutu, please go ahead. After Odun Tutu, I'll quickly come. Jobident, I see you. Mr. Kolade, I see you. I see you guys. But let me just quickly take some of the persons that were kind of earlier. So Odun Tutu, I'll go to Temp and we'll take it from there. Odun Tutu, please go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay. Let me say thank you to Saddam, Well-Being, Umibolale, then our 2 wonderful guests, Randy Peter and Acapella. I see what you've been doing, and let me just say God bless you and strengthen you. My question is this straight. Let me just go so that others can also ask their own question. I believe strongly that this is for Randy Peter, please. I believe strongly that whatever system we want to, there are some 3 basic things that must be in our electoral reform, without which we can't go ahead. Number one is one you're already addressing, which is results of voting must be transmitted electronically. And what most people don't understand is this: 90%, there are other different where places rig election, but the core one, the biggest one, how people rig election is in the collation center, World Collation Center, Lagos Government Collation Center, state. When you do electronic reporting of results, it automatically eliminates that bag. So that's one. Two, for the legal side, which is what the court have been doing, the burden of proof of election as it is now is on the candidates or / political parties. Electoral reform must move it that should be on INEC. If it's on INEC, they will be forced to release all those information. You know, when people are going to court, they present all these things and all that, and we want to, this election, go and bring people who are at the venue and all that. It is almost impossible. So our electoral reform must say that, look, INEC must prove that you conducted this election. By what? By showing us evidence of what happened there. By that way, because you've already, at the voting, you've already given those reports to the agent, the police. If they manufacture a fake one, then with people have to turn to counter it. But if you are the one proving, they will develop ones themselves, which of course we have manipulated in it, and they will give you. That's two. Three, final one. I think you have touched on it. There must be room for independent candidacy. I recall that's one of the things that Aisha used to say that, look, this last election, one of the biggest issues the Peter had was the problem inside Labour Party, where they were offering or they were giving out fake or non-existent people that are supposed to man the election. So my question is to Randy Peter. I know he has submitted the electoral reform they are pushing. My question is, these three things are listed. Are they among them? That's one. Two, if I know, of course, I don't know, number one is there. I don't know about the other two I mentioned. Then if they are not there, can Nigerians, the other level of this space or Nigerian wide or worldwide, is it possible to people to send to you? Or is there any way we can still add to what we are dividing? Or is it that what you have submitted is already fixed? We can't be modified. We can't do anything about it. I want him to highlight so that
Peter has had that
people...
question. So, Randy Peter, do you want to attend to it? Right.
Yes, if you permit me to, sir.
You are permitted.
Okay, thank you very much. A wonderful question. Thank you, Oduntutu. Let me just make this clear. First of all, that Nigerians, we must know that when you hear me talk about electoral reform, it's not like a walk in a park. It is going to be difficult, but we must insist because we don't have another option. The second thing is that nation building is not a sprint, it's a marathon. I want to beg all of us to not be discouraged. There are people who may have put in a lot at some point and you feel like, Nigeria, don't tire me. But let us know that our resilience is very important. And then to your question, if these items, independence, candidacy, and the rest are mentioned in our petition, let me make it clear here that the petition we submitted is not a binding document to the National Assembly. In fact, there are petitions in the National Assembly. The National Coordinator of Obedience Worldwide, Dr. Tanko Yunusa, has submitted a petition to INEC that contains to the National Assembly that has more than 10 points agenda that includes some of what you're saying. And if you have been following the issues in the National Assembly and INEC, between those two institutions, there is one a kind of electoral reform they are talking they want to do without the people. They have even started holding town halls across Nigeria, meaning they are trying to amend something without we knowing. So our own petition was just a call to action. And in the words of Senator Ireti Kingibe, when we went to see her, she told me, she said, Peter, this petition is as viable as Nigerians decide to put pressure to achieving it. So the petition we put is not like that is what they are supposed to take and go. It is supposed to begin a national conversation. And when you see me very active and I have been screaming my lungs, is there is a timeline. In fact, we have almost from now till just December to pass comprehensive electoral reform because it has to be at least 1 year out of the coming elections. So we are tight, and they know why they did this, to pull everybody. That was why I kept screaming electoral reform, electoral reform. They have moved it for 2 years. They did not do it. So if you ask what exactly is in that petition, it is about the first one I talked, independent chairman of INEC
And then we did not outrightly talk about independent candidacy, but they are all there. If Nigerians put focus on it, then there can be public hearing. There can be invitation of, what do they call them? Constitutional lawyers. Everybody becomes civil society, youth organization, to now discuss exactly, look at the loopholes and where to plug them. So we are not to bother about whether extra petition should be there. The important thing is there enough pressure for us to amend what is already there? We can always come up with other parts of the petition.
Thank you very much, Mandy. That's the perfect answer to that question. I was going to say the first point is to enforce that discourse. That's the first point. It's not, if you can't enforce the discourse, then you can as well, right? This is just to put it out there. This is not even the first time. Sometime I forgot when we had that conversation, but there was a time quite recently, not up to 2 years ago, but certainly after the election, where we did this conversation. Barrister Juliet is here. You can see her give it thumbs up. She was there in that conversation. Our brother Chima Christian. It's the real question is how to enforce that pressure, right? If not for time, I personally, because everybody that knows me, this is a conversation that interests me a lot. But I don't want to use my personal interest to extend it, because I know there's a lot of people requesting. So thanks, Randy Peter, for that question, for that answer to that question. That's very apt. I think the question I want to ask comedian a cappella, right? I just want to ask comedian a cappella, if you are there, to kind of balance up this conversation, is because the angle comedian a cappella is also coming from, or this issue of recent is coming from, in terms of bigotry, is I feel like it's one other area that if we don't solve, there are so many areas that if we don't solve, it might be difficult. Our brother Randy Peter is dealing with one, and but the aspect of bigotry as well is something that is just sickening. So I just want to ask you, comedian Capella, quickly, like two things. First of all, you talk about your 2023 experience. Like,
is it just me?
Nope.
Okay. I won't feel. I won't feel.
But I think his mic is on. It's probably still
Okay,
talking.
I didn't get your question. Your line went off. Your network went. What was the question?
No, I think he will be back. But let me ask you a question I have for you, Commander Capella. As in, I might be wrong, but at least I have three celebrities on the platform now. So, you guys are in the industry. I mean, industry. There's someone there's one content creator that is going berserk on X. He's get industry plants.
Okay.
SK. So
Okay.
now be industry plants.
Okay.
Who now know it's in this. They happen inside the industry. Many Nigerians are wondering. I myself, I was on. You were saying when Nigerian X Twitter was like the in thing, when everybody was like proud of Nigerian Twitter space, when all our comedians, our actors, our musicians were always tweeting, Then when Twitter Nigeria was not filled with all these miscreants we have today that are sponsored by the government in power. Many of these your likes, many of them were into the conversation that we're having today, into politics. They talk about, in fact, I have tweets of Don Jazzy, MI, Whiskey, all of them calling out Jonathan regime, calling, these guys were actively involved in politics. I want to ask, on behalf of, as an industry plant inside there, please, why are those guys quiet now?
Okay, so I can't speak for everybody, right? I'm not Don Jazzy. I don't know why it's but I can tell you categorically. Like, for instance, I told you that I had not been active on X since, like, after the 2023 election. I left because it became so frustrating that because of the job we do, it is very, very, what word am I going to use now? We service human beings. Let me just put it like that, right? And so the Twitter space or the X space became like a divide. It's either you are here or you are there. And so if you're speaking against what's going on, this other divide says you are on this part. If you are not speaking, people on this part say you are here. And so I think celebrity just felt like, I know, because Nigerians, I'll tell you the truth, Nigerians don't take responsibility. Nigerians always want a messiah, right? They want to say, oh, they want somebody to, in case, you know, that kind of thing. They say, so that if they won't catch us, we'll say, that this guy send us, right? Nigerians always want somebody to be the person in front. And that's why there's a messiah syndrome. Anybody that comes that looks like a messiah, Nigerians will jump on. Nigerians are just like people who have this easiest way to describe it, just like they carry amen for pockets, they find where they shout in Jesus' name. Maybe they just throw their amen. And so when celebrities put their voice out there and things go south, instead of people taking responsibility to say we collectively decided to do this, the celebrities must take a fall. And so celebrities say, saying, if not like that, everybody just did their own. You have the mind of your own. If Nigeria is not working for you, it's also not working for me. I must not be the one to speak. If there's no water in your area, there's none in my area too. I'm not more Nigerian than you are, right? So that when it doesn't go well, we can all bear responsibility to say it was all of us that collectively came out to support this or not support this. And then secondly, you can't take away the part of being blacklisted, right? I've been here for a very long time. I'm not a comedian that cries victim. By the grace of God, my brand has thought across. If I don't do gigs in Nigeria, I will travel and do gigs anywhere else in the world and I'll come back. Right? But you can't take away the part where they blacklist celebrities, where they use things like I give a typical example. You see what's going on with the EFCC recently, you see that there's a pattern. 1 million Nigerians will go to parties and spray money, but they'll pick the celebrity. What they are trying to do is to make an example of the celebrity to send a message. And so the celebrity feels like if we all come out to say we no go agree or we no go agree, now my face they know. I can take you back to NSAS, NSAS memorial. Let's even leave the NSAS memorial. You can see how they brutalized and humiliated. What's his name? Debo, Mr. Macaroni,
Macaroni.
Mr. Macaroni, and he wasn't the only one who was there. But they needed to make an example of somebody, so they had to pick Mr. Macaroni. And so sometimes when celebrities see these things, they be like, the Nigeria that's bad is bad for all of us. If Nigerians feel that Nigeria is bad, Nigerians should come out and fight for Nigeria. And so they now stayed back, right? So, and then the tribal bigotry thing that's going on X now is so irritating. It annoys me to my soul. And that's why I came out the way I came out the last time to say, however they want it to be now that we are here. Because that's why I've been in my shell for a long time on X. You can't express yourself, you can't say anything. As far as there's no Wale in your name or Olakunle in your name, that means you are anti-Tinubu. For God's sake, if Nigeria is not working, if you overcharge me for light, I can't complain because I don't have Wale in my name. So the bigotry thing became so annoying. And so if you look at it, now became a pattern. Celebrity says, okay, we will just stay our own. The Nigeria no good for all of us, right? But if we speak, they make us the scapegoat. I think that's why a lot of them stay away.
Thank you very much. I think that's aptly put. Thank you very much. Although I have another angle to it though, but let me keep my angle.
Some too, not to take away the fact that some are also partisan. Those ones that you can't take it away. They are partisan. Because somebody is partisan, you can't expect them to come and speak for or against their. Like if you look in recent time, even celebrities don't speak for their party or against. They systematically do it, right? Because it's the same thing. If they speak for a particular candidate and the candidate does not deliver, instead of the people to accept that we voted for that candidate, they say, now you say more vote for her, right? So whichever way, it doesn't favor them.
Honestly, that's true. That's a huge burden on them, though. But that's the life you guys came into. Now, you guys, it's what comes with the status you guys have, right? Thank you very much. And let me circle back to you on the question we were asking comedian Acapella.
Funny enough, I think he already answered partially, but I think the main question I was trying to ask him was in terms of his own approach to this bigotry. Like, how would you say we should tackle this bigotry from your own approach? Your own perspective.
To be honest, I didn't sit down to think of a way to say I want to tackle bigotry, I was just, but like for instance, you will realize that a lot of people who propagate this bigotry agenda don't even mean it. They are paid to do it, right? Some of them don't even mean it. They are paid to do it. Some of them don't even read through what they are tweeting. It's a copy and paste tweet. They have a WhatsApp group. They have where they are. Once there's something they say, yeah, or war starts. And I think that sometimes the easiest way to tackle a situation is to tackle it, right? And so you go head on for head on. There's no two ways. It's just like in comedy, we say there's no polite way to say woman Ashawo. You can't say, oh, why go talk her like that? I go say na. There's no polite way. Ashawo na Ashawo. Bigotry is bigotry. And so sometimes when they bully you with it, you go let them know say the same thing. Like I always say, I have a slang, a popular slang. I say the same thing way your mama tell you. My mama tell me in her home training, make me keep am inside since. You know, so because we have stayed quiet for so long, we have stayed in for so long, and then they now think that now only them get that place. So sometimes when the madman get paid, they flog people for road. You get where they reach, they normal. You know, so if I flog this person, I don't die. Madman, see, they flog everybody. Masquerade get limits. As masquerade, you get who go sing, go pass. You know, and so by the time we start to let them know that we know that this thing is orchestrated, they'll be like, say they're going to say that part no work again. I think, maybe.
Thank you very much. He said, you get a masquerade, go flog some pod, you go reach, you go pass.
Maybe the masquerade just go flog people for front of high fitness,
As
go flog gym
masquerade, he does the
instructor, they go
masquerade flog
bench press
soldier
am.
before. He dey flog once he see uniform, he know.
He dey look face.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Comedian Acapella. That was quite apt. All right, quickly, I'm going to move over to Temp. See, let's do this. I'm just going to give 1 minute, 30 seconds. It's either you're using it for a question. Let me not say it's either you're using it for a question. I mean, if you want to do preamble to your question, use 30 seconds on. But like, we want to be able to have this conversation in depth. Temp, let's have it.
Okay, good evening, everybody. This is actually the first time speaking on this space for quite some time. Thanks to Saddam and everybody, comedian Acapella and Randy. Good evening. Oyibo people will say reputation is for emphasis. If Nigeria no kill APC go bury Nigeria. I want us to continue with the mindset that we are now beginning to create. That mindset of if you read, you die. If you buy votes, you die. The Bible says that in the days of old, the kingdom of God suffered violence, and only the violence taketh it by force. This is not time for us to handle this matter of politics with kids' gloves. And that is why some of us have decided to put in their very, very best this time around, because we made mistakes in the past. We thought it's a child's game. We thought if they drink violence, we'll run away, we'll carry handbag. This is not time for handbag again. This is time. We will tell them that we are ready to die. It is then that they will know that.
The Joy Youth Council with a beat.
So I am happy that momentum is moving on gradually. Randy, I really appreciate your work, 100%. And I am here to publicly declare my undivided attention and support towards what you're doing. Oyibo people still say reputation is for emphasis. Odun Tutu came here and said precisely what my query is. And that query is electoral reform must with a capital shouting sound must carry changing the burden of proof from the candidate to INEC. If that is not done, we have not started. Please, as we are moving forward, let that notion be at the front corner of our minds, so that when we are being forceful, we will know that this one, this is not negotiable.
All right.
We learn from our mistakes. I'll be running up in the next 10 seconds, sir. We learn from our mistakes, and part of the mistakes we made in 2023 was we wanted to play it cool. The next mistake we made was thinking that the judiciary will help us. Please, let us carry this at the back of our mind. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Nigeria should be Nigeria.
Sorry, I just wanted to drop something here. Randy Peters, a cappella, Saddam, well-meaning, obedient. I have my own plan I wanted to unveil around 2026. But since I've noticed that everybody is in campaign mode and unveiling, I have my own hashtag. I have my hashtag. And we will run this hashtag from now till election day 2027. And my hashtag is called, from what I learned from former LP candidate to Bayelsa State and head of the Ijaw Youth Council, Eradiri Udengs. And it is called hashtag Rig 2027, we go beat una. That is my hashtag. Hashtag Rig 2027, we go beat una. Because me, I know all these political... See, I love what you are doing because there must be a several-pronged approach. So when I say this, please, I am fully encouraging and behind every approach to hold this government, to account. But my own hashtag Rig 2027, we go beat una. If we start saying this thing early, if we start dropping it early, we go beat una for Asu Rock. Make it the way you people, the way Akpabi, they were pushing, let the poor breathe, let the this. Rig 2027, we go beat una. Let the poor know.
The beat is too small. People they heal from beating.
Baba,
people they heal from beating. If you beat and finish, you go beating. My brother, he go buy. Who can say this? I send him to.
We go beat. See, with that killing, you see, Saddam, things must be done legally. We go beat una. The beating now, the grade of the beating depends on how you people go and read 2027. The guarantee for 2027, I say, if una rig am, we go beat una. We know they go court. I'm not going to face Justice Samani. I'm not ready to carry 120 cartons of electoral materials. I don't have. If una rig 2027, we go beat una. That hashtag must be known on the streets. It must be known to every INEC official. It must be known to every policeman coming to the polling unit. It must be known to every LP voter. It must be known to every APC voter. Everybody, make everybody come comport that day.
I agree with you talk for this one. You people are you that team gentlemen.
Simple. So Randy Peters, not me. I believe say nothing. Look, this is a man that held Lagos for 24 years. He held Lagos through card reader. He held Lagos through beavers. He held Lagos through voters ID. Every political higgy haga. He has held Lagos street. He held Lagos through a president, Obasanjo. He fought a president. This one. So my brother, we are dealing with people that woke up, told us that the electoral IREF had a glitch, announced the president with when they had barely announced 1/4 of the registered results, announced somebody by 4 a.m. 4 days later. One day, I no get time for electoral reform. We will go far. We will plug all the holes in INEC. Then the one way INEC will do for 2027, I say, then go off IREF, announce Tinubu, and make una do una worst. We will tell INEC earlier. And fix INEC or what will if INEC ask you now, Randy Peters, fix INEC now. What or what will happen? What do you go tell INEC? Or nothing will happen. We go beat una. We go beat una. We go beat una. Fix INEC or we go beat una. That we go beat una. Make with the Adam. Make them know say that 2027 is coming with a touch of violence. It's coming with a touch of violence. We go beat una. We not talk say we go beat una if una do the right thing. But if una rig 2027, we go beat una. We go beat una. This whole country, everybody go carry koboko. The Labour Party logo will be cane or bulala. APC logo can be broom
PDP logo can be that mama papa picking. We go come out time. We go put cane. One cane go just in the middle of that Labour Party because we go beat person. We go beat person 2027. I know why they tell you. Randy Peters, do the one where you go do. You know, say you be gentleman. Don't they follow your content from when you just sabi recount all those 54 governors in the US. That time you still be gentleman. We don't do violence. This violence space don't they celebrate 3.5 years. So we don't do this war front. Acapella still they talk say anytime you are discussing one day we they discuss this thing every Thursday 8 p.m. before now Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Make you know where we don't they from come. General Oluchi, what General Oluchi did with all eyes on the judiciary, one day, and make I tell you now, we install full billboard for Abuja where they bring down. You know, fit not all this the way they suggest. I know why they tell you, say, you self, ready yourself because you go can't reach this bus stop where we don't do this bus stop saying so. You go meet us for here. You go do all this to National Assembly, you go waka everything, you go waka. Mahmoud Yakubu go play you the one way he go play you. You go reach this bus stop where we did. So my own submission today, my own state of the nation is hashtag rig 2027. We go beat una. I don't know who they wanna be. So that if we can tell you and you a collation officer, we go beat you. We will never catch Wike to beat. But you see you, we go beat person 2027. 2027 will have a thought of real life violence. If 24 million people voted in an election, 6 million went to Obi, 6.30 million went to Atiku, 8 million went to Tinubu according to the results. So, Kwakwa still carry 1.30 million. At least 16 million people to 18 million people did not vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If we begin beat every APC supporter, it is 4-1 mathematically. We go beat person, no. We go beat person. Una no go get to begin talk say, the president will be the only candidate that will run. No achievement, nothing. Coastal Road, una no do this one. One day we go beat person 2027. I know why me they tell on my own hashtag. If you rig 2027, we go beat una. We go beat una. That beat if it start for House of Reps, if it start for Senate, if it start from collation, if it start from polling unit, if it start from person where the polling unit will just begin press beavers, anyhow, we go beat person. If it start from INEC handler on Twitter, person go collect. Person go collect. I've never seen a presidential aspirant that has successfully pissed off the North, pissed off the East, pissed off the South, and still has split support in his own region. I get to boom mad 2027. We go beat person. I know why they tell you on my own. Hashtag rig 2027. We go beat una. Whoever the una be, put body, fuck around and find out. I no get time to follow anybody go court. I no get time to follow anybody go INEC. I no get time to beg Mahmoud Yakubu. If Tinubu will make a put person from Osun State, Iragbiji, as INEC president, we go beat person 2027. We go beat person, no. We go carry cane, go polling units. We go carry cane, go collation center. We go beat person. If we begin louder now, at least if Wike pay you money, say make you go rig election. Tell us, say Wike, for the last 2 years, he get waiting on the rain for streets. So everybody they talk to, if you rig 2027, they go beat you. I beg go. Your own now one beating. Your own beating, I feel manage. But if Nigerians beat me, he no sure where I go. We go lynch person, no. I yield. Kachuku has yoku.
Let me come in. Let me just follow up real quick because this one now, say violence get level. There's violence and there's violence pro max.
They don't beat Nance Saddam. They don't beat Nance president. Saddam. They don't get mind to beat Nance president.
I'm spoken for the violence as me. I'm spoken for the violence pro maxers. Pro maxers. We will go extreme. God knows. God give us life. 2027. Repeat it. Say, you know, they hear me. 2027. God give us life. It is the end of the chapter called Bad Governance in Nigeria. Now, so we go run them. It's either Nigeria works for us in 2027 or it works for nobody. We are not going to wear Barbarica again. They run this country. We go carry our heart, our mind. You see, I don't call my face. When they see my face, I know they hide me. I'm coming out open. When I don't say this one, we are past that stage. Nigeria must work in my lifetime. And we are putting all the effort on ground. So we are saying it. 2027 are rig and buy. Rig and buy. Any person, if you're going to go and work for INEC, take it in your heart. that you must work for Nigerians. Why are you scared of? Why
Hashtag
are you
rig
scared of free
2027 and
and
die.
fair
Rig
elections?
2027 and
No,
die.
MC, I'm
Rig
on TikTok. So I know
2027 and die.
they censor TikTok. So I'm using the byword here. Please, it's very, very important we say these things here. Very, 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 very important. And we have to start drumming it into every Nigerian. If the Bola Tinubu, if they born you well, come out and contest the elections and say you want to rig it. We Nigerians will show you that the people, we are more powerful than you are. Just take it to the bank. If you have done well enough and Nigerians choose to vote you in, let them vote you in. We'll be hands up and say no wala. But we're not going to sign any peace pact with you. That nonsense thing, if Peter Big say, or any candidate will be in opposition, we'll go say, go sign peace pact. We'll fight that person first. Nothing like peace pact. For every MC Olomo, we serve with the grace. Let the madness with it is speaking to 27. Let them know it. Take it to the bank now. Let them know. That's how we're radicalizing ourselves. Please, guys, pass this message down to every single person. 2027, we say enough is enough for bad governance in Nigeria. If you're good enough,
don't they see some hashtags?
your
Saddam
works,
say rig 2027 and receive beating.
your works will
That is
please, you don't speak
Anita
for beating
Laurel.
people. I don't hear you, please. That's the way allow me can land. You don't speak for beating people. That's for you. Good. But yeah, you're beating people. Carry Koboko. We know what they carry come with tools. Tools go come out that day. Please allow people that are ready for we carry Koboko. Thank you. No one. We will they carry tools come. No one allow us also make we talk our own right now. We cannot go beyond 2027 with this bad governance. Tinubu work from now till 2027 so that your votes can come out from Nigerians. But if you're expecting that your INEC chairman will rig for you, we don't go agree. But you know, let's run to Naija. Please bring in Randy. Let Randy respond to N6.
Yeah, Randy, please go ahead. Randy Peters, please go ahead.
I thank you so much. My response will be, let's just have a deal. If we want to, when you hear me, they talk about INEC reform and all of this, trying to be diplomatic. Being calm is not cowardice. So you can be peaceful and very firm. Because I believe that as people or in the world, one thing I don't learn, they say, now the beginning of violence, person they know. You never know the end of violence. And if we want to use, say we go beat, make we ensure, say, we mobilize ourselves in such a way that there is sufficient people to beat to prevent an inauguration of another president. That is, if in case we go allow the really rig announced person. So we must have sufficient people to beat and prevent an inauguration. Because I wish there was this level of uproar when 2023 happened. I see Dino Melaye when everybody and they shout, they try to, what happened? Nigerians, it was a clear brazen, everybody knows the winner of 2023 elections. But somehow, everybody kept quiet. Both the victims, both the victors, everybody allowed everything to go. So what I'm saying is that let there be a multifaceted approach. If Nigerians decide that we want to plug loopholes to electoral reform, or to INEC an election, to close any shenanigans, we look at judiciary, then we prepare the maximum civic pressure to defend what we have done. We are covered. So I know even they talk, say, make it be, say, we only do electoral reform, we no leave this part. Because in 2023, a day after the election, I believe, say, make everybody occupy. But as I constantly say, everybody say, okay, make we use peace. And in Nigeria, guess what? Anything you do not do before the inauguration of the next president, you are going to wait for the next 4 years. Forget it, it's gone. So whatever is the kind of violence we want to maneuver or we want to muzzle, it must be sufficient to stop the inauguration of that protege that will come out of a rigged system. Because by the time it come now, go tell Nigerians, before you throw one tear gas canister for here, everybody say, my brother, come on, no be your placenta, they take build Nigeria. No be your this thing, come on, no be your blood, Nigeria go take better. Now, so it be everybody go rest, another 4 years go come. So I completely support this kind of mass pressure, whatever it will be. But let us follow whatever due process we are following, but remain steady and firm. It is not that it is a sign of weakness. Say I detox small, no mean say when it come to act, I go run, go sleep. We must mount our guard and plug every loophole. The important thing is that let this criminal structure be taken down.
Thank you very much, Rand. Omo. Ensis, thank you very much. I think I really
We they beat, and we go beat. Okay.
needed that part on this piece. I'm going to go to the next speaker soon, but before I just go to the next speaker, I just want
Please bring in SIM card, please.
yeah. SIM card for you.
Mr. Kolade's hand has been up for some time.
Yeah, people with their hand up for some time, many. Yeah, for yeah. That's really they are our family members. They understand this. My brother, Obedient, is here. The reason why I'm keeping him is because I miss my brother. But I just wanted to quickly say this that one of the reasons I support or I not like change my mind. My brother, man, Peters, I'm in your DM. Like I've always commended your efforts. To be honest, I love you deeply from my heart. Your effort is so commendable. The fact I don't even care whether or not I agree with electoral reform or not, and I'm saying this because of everybody. Because I think that there are probably still some people here that think, this and electoral reform not go work. Please, if you are here, whether you think it not go work, go and use the hashtag. Forget whether it will not. Just go and use it. Me too. I agree. I believe like you that it will not work. But no, go and use the hashtag. Put your voice. One of the reasons I said I was going to support you was specifically because you won't put time bound to it. Like you said, 30 days. Because to be honest, I want us to be done with this phase of asking for the electoral reform so that we can go to the next phase of the message we need to start preaching. Right? I want us to just be done with this phase. So that's why I needed it to be time. If we are going to say we want to ask for electoral reform for 1 month or 2 months, or 3, let's just be done with it. If they give it to us, good. We go to our next chapter of our message. Because that even if they reform this electoral act, we will still go to our next chapter of the message. If they don't, we will go to our next chapter of the message. One way or the other, we will go to that next chapter, which is NCC's hashtag and Saddam's hashtag. It's not the hashtag, which is the we get beat, we go beat, we go by it. Like we will go to that next phase. So I want to just encourage everybody. Be like me, right? In this 1 month, 2 months, as long with this time that our brother is mobilized, because even this mobilization that we want to say, the mobilization to beat can only come from what our brother Randy is doing. It's only if you even gather people at all, that's when you can go to that next point. So please use the also someone I talk to now to tell you, use the hashtag fix INEC, hashtag electoral reform, and please don't forget, save the podcast to watch later. Don't forget that one. It's very important. Let me quickly go to Simca. I'm going to go very quick to some persons.
Don't forget hashtag rig 2027. We go beat una. Make that one day your mind. No need to post that one. But make that one day back of your mind. After Mama Papa Pekin, our logo na King.
I don't do project management. Say a project they get stage. We did run the stage now. So we are keen to our brother's message. We want to push it with our heart. We want to support him, push it fully like he has. So please, everybody, no matter what you have in mind, by the time we reach the project, that second part of this project, we will still say the message don't change. So it's very important. Please, sir.
Randy is taking the God logic approach. Me, I'm taking the Sam Shamoon approach, but we'll all get to the same bus stop. It is well. Continue.
Nigeria must be great by force. There's no choice. We don't have choice at this point, to be honest. One way or another. Simca, please go ahead. My big brother.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, depending where you are spacing from. Acapella, welcome to the fold, my colleague, my brother, my friend. Randy, I want to say thank you for your efforts. Everybody within the Twitter spaces that and
it's pretty cool.
I agree to my brother. Everybody in this Twitter space sees what you do, and I just wished and hope a lot of Nigerians can jump on what you are doing now to give it a lot of backing, so that we can have our voice heard as such. Before the elections, let me take us back a second. Before the elections, it was that bad that people would say they don't have anything. This candidate cannot be marketed like the APC candidate. Talking about the APC candidate then, and somehow they found their way in behind the back doors with an early money INEC announcement. Now they are here. But the bigger problem is that there's still no job to market for for 2027. So now they are flooding everywhere, campaigning like they are not campaigning. But let them not forget, there are a lot of things that will cross into adults in the space of 2023 and 2027. The number of things are massive. The teenagers that will cross into 18, you don't want to. The numbers are crazy. That's one angle that they don't see coming. That's why you see all these things that they are doing, littering Abuja with all manner of posters or here and there. That is fear. Trust me, the fear that these people have is crazy. And if we can tackle INEC like Randy is going, if we can tackle INEC and get the reform and get those amendments that we want fixed and tackled, like the flaws that we had in our last elections that were used against us. Just imagine, I saw something today, Saddam. I don't know, Caesar. I don't know if you've seen it. They said INEC have as I don't know endorsed one AI rubbish. People were not fit use Beavers and iRev. Won't use AI join. It's sickening when these people make some moves and you be like, you were unable to handle the lesser evil. Now you are coming here. How do we go about this? What's really happening? And you sit down and you realize that okay, some people that went through the 4 walls of university or school, or they will come out and back failure. I don't understand. It's really crazy and painful, but let's keep lending our voices. Let's keep doing what we are doing. A cappella, that was a very good one. I know how you do it. Keep at what you do. I pray nobody touches your account because this is like my third Twitter account, but it's fine, But welcome to the food. My name is Sim Card. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Big bro, Simka, that's Simka, the officer Ochuku of Flatmate.
Flatmate. That's why I thought I get so many superstars today for the platform. We're happy to see our these are the original celebrities. As long as you're talking about Nigeria, you're the best. These are the best ever. Please, guys, go on his YouTube, subscribe, support. These guys do their own shows also. Please, whenever any city you guys are coming into, Oga Comeda, Capella, SIM card, please let me know. I beg. We go do for that free promo because it's not easy to speak truth to power, especially in this kind of vindictive, bigoted government system that we're passing through right now. You guys are rare. You guys are special. And if people are not getting your flowers on this platform, one thing we are good at doing is giving flowers to whom flower is due. Thank you so much. God bless you guys. Well,
I could not get B-board in my last show. Now I was deprived B-board because I did here 24 hours. I know I want just going to all those many things, but more leave everything. But as Saddam don't talk, so I need una for YouTube. Oh, I need una follows. YouTube now the real SIM card too everywhere. I beg. Thank you so very much.
Shaking.
Guys, I beg 1,000 of you guys right now. Just want to go and subscribe to it. Please let us feel the effect of the violence space. Please let them understand what we do here. We know they do. Don't be cho. We they talk and do on this platform. Please, guys.
What is the name of his YouTube channel? Can he put it on his profile?
The real SIM card.
Just make a tweet. Just make a tweet with it. Just make a tweet with it. Just a simple tweet.
Make a tweet with it. We'll put it on the jumbo.
We'll put it up right now. Let's please Comedian Acapella also. Please the same thing. Randy Peters, please the same thing. Let's push up our people out here. You guys are their own. When I say Nigerians like Messiah, when I be our own Messiah, please, But we don't live now. We follow now to the very, very end. That's what we do on this platform. Thank you guys for your presence here. Well, Nigeria, back to you, to our speakers, please.
There was something SIM card said that is a statistic I absolutely love. He said, do you know the number of Nigerian youth who are turning 18? I need you people to understand something, Nigerians. As of 2023, there were Nigerian youth turning 18. As of 2024, the youth who turned 18 in 2023 turned 19, and a whole new set of youth turned 18. As of 2025, the youth who turned 18 when Bola Tinubu entered governance are now 21, and another set of people have turned 18, and those sets are now 19, and the other set are 20. And it will continue till 2027. Some very comforting numbers shows that the Nigerian population is between 200 to 220 million people approximately. Approximately 42% of the Nigerian population is under the age of 15 years old, according to 2021 data. 42% of 50% of 200 million people is 100 million people. 42% is between 60 to 80 million people who were 15 years old in 2021. So about 30 to 40 million youth who, when this research was done in 2021, have turned 18 as of 2025. Approximately 10% of the Nigerian population, 10% of 220 million is 22 million people, were between the ages of 15 and 19 years old as at 2027. There is another statistics that said 72 to 75% of the Nigerian population of 220 million people is below the age of 25. So I'm laughing at APC. I am laughing at them. The APC that is messing up with people's WAEC, I should remind you that the age at which you wrote WAEC was between 16 to 17 years old. The APC that is messing up people's JAM today, I want to remind you that the age at which you write JAM is around 17 to 16 years old. These are children that will remember Bola Tinubu's fuck-ups, and they will be eligible to vote at 19 years old by 2027. Obedience, well-meaning Nigerians, let us continue doing what we are doing. APC has decided that they will be following the state governors rather than speaking to the people of the states. As I did for Delta State, now Okowa, now who Okowa go vote, now be who all of us for Delta go vote. You must be mad to actually even believe that is possible. Last thing I'm going to say here is this. Everything you see APC doing is panic mode. There is no president in the history of the world that should be in campaign mode barely 18 months into getting into office if he's not panicking. Peter Obi, Sunday Dare was on TVC today talking about how Tinubu's trip to the Vatican as a Muslim president was a masterstroke. Somebody came in Nigeria and ran a Muslim ticket. And I always asked, when Christian events will come up, who will Nigeria send? There was a new pope, and APC sent a Muslim to the Vatican to represent Nigeria. And Sunday Dare was saying that the highlight of the event is that Tinubu went with 5 bishops. When he was asked to name the 5 Christian bishops, he could not name anything. There was no picture of anybody in Tinubu's entourage that was a bishop. And this is the lies APC has been selling us in Nigeria. Please keep up the momentum. I promise you, in 2023, there were 92 million PVCs. If you go back and check the data, I have it written in front of me. We are going to set a world record in PVCs and in voters in 2027. APC has lost this election completely, and they know it. I repeat, you can rig all you want, but when you have dissatisfied the people, you cannot rig where there is no possibility of even winning the election. But I want to remind you that the last card APC will play will be to brazenly steal the 2027 election. And that is where we'll get to the bus stop I'm reminding us now. We go beat anybody we rig 2027. Make we hold up for the back of our mind while we are looking for the gentlemanly way forward. I yield.
Thank you very much, NCs. Thank you. Quickly, I'm just going to go straight to a speaker because we have a lot of persons. Omo, I don't know how to start, but anybody where to start, maybe the rest we can know first. Let me quickly come to Geopolitics. Geopolitics, I know say where you did before you go fire me from this work. Mr. Kolade, I see you. I can see you, Gaga. I can see Oluwadamilare. Geopolitics, carry go.
I don't give up. Say you know they ever call me first, but thank God. The God of SIM card, I don't help me. Yeah, quick one. I'll just make it very
But
fast.
Juliet, I see you too. Mukuna with Geopolitics, you go first. Continue.
Okay. Sorry, am I very clear because I'm using an earpiece?
We go manage.
Okay. The first part of it, thank you everybody. Thank you, SIM card. Thank you, Acapella. Thank you, N6 and Mr. Randy. They putting ourselves for the line. I'm Nadi Nigeria. Mr. Randy, my mind is okay. My first question to you is in the podcast with Saddam, you mentioned that Peter Obi or the Labour Party candidate is not coming forward. He's not saying certain things that he should say or he should do. I'm not paraphrasing you. If you were him, what would you say? If there's anything you think he should have said or done that you think would help get you what you want or get us what we want, can you please say it? I know you're someone that listens. To Ogarandi, I always believe say you can chew gum and eat and work at the same time. Just like Saddam said, people convinced him to say, allow this guy move. Everybody, we can all fight this battle together. It might not be conscious, but you usually say this, and it's like I think you mentioned in the podcast. You said, "Oh, people were saying end bad governance. Like, if you end bad governance, what happens?" So it almost looks like you're telling people they are doing the wrong thing. For me, everybody, everybody, go your own paths. Everybody cannot be fighting for INEC. Everybody cannot be fighting end bad governance. But if we push down any other person's struggle, either consciously or unconsciously, it doesn't help the battle. Finally, like me now for this reform INEC, I just repost one old post when somebody here bring up, and the person told me about. I just reviewed this the dead horse theory. Maybe I'll send you in your DM. For me, reforming INEC be like dead horse theory. We are just trying to clean the horse and see whether it will move. Maybe you can reset dead horse theory if you don't know about it and you understand what I'm saying. For me, I know say these people get one thing. This last election, the Electoral Act was horrible. Anyhow, it was also perfect. What they just did was change the rules of the game. They changed goalpost one match they go on. They shift goalpost. You want score for left, they'll shift and go left. You want score for left, they'll shift and go right. In my head, although I still want people to have this fight so that maybe they will make a mistake and mess themselves up. But in my head, I know that no matter how bad, no matter how much they adjust and shift and correct and improve the Electoral Act, the criminals in power will find a way out. So for me, now the people, now how we react on election day, now how we beat, how we deal with those when rig the election, that will matter, and how we react when they announce results when they force. If they announce results when they straightforward and Tinubu win, Nigerians no wahala. But if they announce results when bad, omo, may blood flow in my head. I'll use the mic.
Thank you very much, Joviden. Thank you. That was
Sorry, acapella, I beg, not remove leg from that neck when you press all those APC almajiris in Lagos. Not remove your leg from that neck.
My leg did no where I wear boots.
They don't release list of states, people where they commit crime for Lagos State pass now go. Neighboring states. Now then be the criminals where they spoil this beautiful Lagos where all of us they manage. But if you leave this for new people to tell you the problem of Lagos, they'll tell you is other people. Thank you for everyone standing up against them. God bless you all.
go ahead, Bandy.
And there's also something we are doing. Nigerians, please be recording videos of your neighborhood and be tagging Tokumbo Wahab. Anywhere where you see shit, anywhere where you see dustbin, anywhere where you see rubbish gutter, that guy is commissioner for environment. It is actually his job. So anywhere we wanna waka, we wanna see any environment where don't make sense. Record them, record the shit, record everything, record if you feel record where then they shit, as then they shit. Tag Tokumbo Wahab, nine walk to the park shit for Lagos.
Now in work to desensitize people, make them know the shit. If he's doing his work, he will not have time to be spreading bigotry online. Any small thing now, people do rainy season, not they call it go. They find people house for Lekki phase 1 to destroy. Scott Iguma has done more for the real estate sector in Nigeria. Scott, they find how to bring price of rents down. Tokumba Wahab, they find how to bring people house down. Please don't forget that I don't know if it's a this, but some people are just doing it by fluke. Please, Mona, they record dustbin, they record rubbish, they record where they shit, record canal where they overflow. They tag Tokumba Wahab because clearly he does not know he has a job description. God bless you all.
Rand, thank you very much. Rand Peter, I think
yes,
yes.
Very quick.
After Randy finishes, I'll come to Barrister Juliet. Let's take a lady. I'll come to Barrister Juliet. After which I'll go to Mr. Kolade, Ugaga, Uluwadam Larry.
Okay.
Go ahead, Randy.
All right. Thank you very much. Joe thank you for the questions. So the first question was that from the podcast, something Obi is not saying. I cannot really remember the context that statement was made, but whatever it is, the truth of the matter, the truth be said, from this whole INEC movement and all, we are trying not to not be so partisan and do what we need to do. Everybody knows Obi as Mr. Peter Obi as a good man, a philanthropist, but I do not think that is where Nigerians are interested in ending it, because we have already known that what we need is that this good man is able to go into a system with the capacity and competence he has to change the fortunes of millions of people who believe in him. So if we know that for some reason they are tied, because there are a lot of factors with it, people, we don't see the thing will happen even inside Labour Party with the late Uncle Doyin Okupe, with even the chairman Julius Abure. Whatever it is, Nigerians can decide as young people, we who believe in our own destiny, to get a system. And if we truly believe in a person, let him use that system. We can fight to fix it. I may not be saying it as clear as whatever, but that is what it is, because even Mr. Obi himself is an accomplished businessman, a former governor. The politicians may not even have so much stake. We ourselves, who are human beings, must ensure that we get a means of getting in that person that we believe in. That is one. Then about end bad governance protest, maybe from your own understanding or however you listen, but this is what I was trying to say. We talked about end bad governance protest. If you go to my page, the pinned tweet there is about INEC reform. That tweet was made on the 19th of October 2020. Meaning from as far back as EndSARS, I was already talking about INEC. The problem with Nigeria, or part of the problem, is sometimes a lack of understanding of how these things work. What I was discussing with Emir Saddam is, imagine when we bring a hashtag like end bad governance. It seems like a very popular statement, but the question anybody will ask is, how would we end bad governance? We will end bad governance by electing good governance. How will we elect good governance? It must be through INEC. And if we say everybody do this one, everybody do this one, in the history of movements, if you want to see a movement that is bound to fail, look at any movement or protest that has multiple demands. So by the time we came out with end bad governance, you saw the revolution people came out with 110/10 agenda, sack INEC chairman, sack this, sack that. At the end of that protest, what exactly did we achieve? If we want to bring down cost of food, the reason why the economy is bad is because of corruption. These people cannot even help themselves. These same people we are talking to end bad government. So it is like calling on bad government to end bad government. So what they will do is they will delay you. They will drag you until another election, they come back, so you begin to protest again. So what I was trying to call attention to is that even if we want to talk about ending bad governance, it must be in a way that this person you know who is bad government should not come back. Because if we continue to say, okay, they no go do am, they no go do am. Okay, if Tinubu no go do am, who go do am? Let us wait for Tinubu to finish 8 years, rigging a person who is worse than himself. Would that be the option? So we continue to postpone the evil day. So even if we want to go the path of mass civic action, it is okay. Today, a military administrator is sitting down in Rivers State. Nigerians were debating, is it legal? Is it illegal? President Tinubu did not remove the governor of Rivers State because he believes it is legal.
He did not do it because he believes it is illegal. He did it because he knows he can do it and nothing will happen. He cannot try it in Kano. The people of Rivers State, as brave as they are, everybody has moved on. The sole administration. In fact, I think today Tinubu sent a budget of about 1.something trillion for Rivers State to the National Assembly, and everybody has taken it hook, line, and sinker. I have seen Nigeria's threshold when it comes to being able to be violent to make change. That is why I'm telling them that, okay, if we want to make that kind of change, let us also back it up with the firm plugging of the procedure. That is my own access, access to it. Because if you look at NSAS, for example, what the message is where I sent to people like Files, everybody who was at the forefront of that protest, I was telling them, we are saying NSAS, NSAS. SARS is just a part of a bad police. If we end SARS, we will need to end EFCC, DSS, Army, Custom, Immigration, all of them. The parent stock is a bad law enforcement. Now, see what Buhari did. He said we have ended SARS, but we have opened SWAT, which they have the power to do. At the end, today, where are all the victims of the NSAS movement? The Lagos state government has not even come to an agreement of how many persons exactly were killed. Some persons who protested in NSAS are still languishing in prison as we are talking. How many officers were held to respond to any kind of question? All the NSAS panels that we set up. In fact, Buhari came out and said we have ended SARS. So the question would be, what were we still doing on the streets? Immediately, we would have moved into a bigger picture. At the end of it, did Buhari do his 8 years? Yes. Did Buhari succeed in bringing another person? Yes, he did. So when we look at all of these things, that is why I try to call the attention of people to the fact that all the problems we are facing are very strong and important. But please, in the name of God, do not take your eyes off the system that will bring in another person. Tinubu is bad, Tinubu is bad, Tinubu is bad. Make sure you ensure that he does not come back. If not, you have another 4 years old. And if he's able to bring another person, you have another 8 years. So whatever we need to do, your approach is okay. Whatever approach that we must do within our human abilities as a people, please let us do it.
Thank you very much, Randy. My approach is start with fix INEC now, end with we go beat. So that's the direction. Mr. Juliet, please go ahead. Thank you very much, Randy, for that response.
Well, thank you very much, well-meaning Nigeria. Thank you very much, Vawulence Space, for this opportunity. So I'll quickly just make use of my time. I would like to first address Comedia Capella, like, well done for what you're doing. I know it's not easy being at the limelight and then still being able to stand for something of truth when it comes to issues like your country and good governance against all adversity. Quickly back to the point on what Mr. Peter is actually doing. That's Randy Peters. It's very applaudable, and I would just want to give a summation, not necessarily to ask questions, because there was something I put on the comment section. And thank you, Nigerians, for actually reposting that tweet of mine. So it's just to amplify what you're saying. You see, the issue of election reform is very important. Why am I saying this? Election is a place that is an activity that brings all Nigerians together. So what you're doing is actually a major thing that will actually bring Nigerians in 2027 to a polling unit, different polling units across the country. And then what we need to do right now is continue to do our best, just like you said it, tie issues to this electoral reform. It's what I call stake, because every Nigeria has something that they are battling with, either police brutality, the mismanagement of resources in the land. Everything still ties back to the electoral reforms, because electoral reforms now gives Nigeria the power to actually elect people. Yes, I know that we are skeptical about the government passing a reform that's another electoral act. We are very skeptical about it because we are just almost a year to the next primaries. May, June, there's going to be primaries holding on next year in Nigeria. So right now, I know that a lot of people are skeptical, but the truth of the matter is, why we need to talk about this is we need to push the gong or sound the gong into the minds of Nigeria. If they do not have a stake, so we must continue to talk about when there's police brutality,
It's all about your leaders who are not speaking against it. So who you elect is actually someone that is going to speak about these matters every time in any house, whichever they are elected into. And then for me, I'm also talking about the issue of natural resources, that's mismanagement, because I could keep saying it that all over around the world, natural resources or the resources of the land is what people use to develop their places. We're talking about dirtiness now. We have waste management control agencies that the government can actually put to actually clean up the environment. But this is not being done because people feel that leaders have nothing to do with their situation. So we must continue to tie these things together. So I just want to say, keep doing what you're doing. It's commendable. And Nigerians, please follow the discourse. Everybody needs to keep doing what they're doing across board. Nobody is an island. Keep doing what you're doing. Even if you're not yet a celebrity, do your bit. And together we'll just actually amplify our voices. So that is just it. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Mr. Julius. Thank you. All right, Randy, you want to say something?
Hey, I just wanted to add
Go
to
ahead.
what she's saying. Just one quick point. You know, if we also go, let us assume that we with this hashtag, which is okay, if you rig election, we beat you. That is going to work if all of us agree to. But you know why elections will still be important? By the time we beat them, and then we say that process is rigged. Do you know that we will now have to go back and elect somebody through a process that must be seen to be fair and credible? So, see, on all sides, there must be election. Because elections do not only provide government, they give legitimacy to government. If you do a revolution and pursue anybody today, if you just you cannot use word of mouth and install who you want. If you bring an Igbo man the Hausa will say, why will he be Igbo? Yoruba will say this. So whether we go forward and backward, we must fix the issue of election. That is the important thing. And do you know that President Tinubu is the only president since our 24th Republic who won elections after losing his home state, lost the nation's capital, lost the highest voting bloc from the South, Rivers, lost the highest voting bloc from the North, Kano, but somehow emerged president. So the idea is not to win on a large scale. Break the opposition as much as you can. Make people disgruntled from the process. Gather splinters of vote from wherever. Announce yourself. If the people do not react, you have 4 years. You are good to go. Because when people tell you that there was this, there was that, look, during the 2023 elections, I was in Ibadan. Obi did not just win in the urban areas of the Southwest. Tinubu took a smart step. His house is in Bodilon in Ikoyi, which is under Etiosa. He did not vote there. He went to vote in Alausa because they saw the handwriting that Etiosa was going to go Labour. He went to vote in Alausa, which is under Ikeja. Obi won both in Ikeja and Etiosa. That is home and away. And according to the PDP, even those results that were announced were a lot skewed. They were obliterated. The margin Obi used to win was higher. Obi did not only win parts of Ibadan, he won in suburbs. When I say that is places that are not Ibadan metropolis. There were polling units where if Tinubu gets 54, Obi will get 46. That is in internal. So even when they talk about this bigotry, I agree with Acapella that a lot of them are sponsored online. Nigerians know what is bad governance. The people of Ekiti, whose headsmen have been slaughtering their people, the people of St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church in Ondo State, who Christian mothers were killed on top of their children, they know, and they know their leaders. The difference between Nigeria and their legitimate president in 2023 was INEC. We must fix INEC. Whether we want to use the strong arm of my Oga N6 or this other way, my own is let us come together and plug all loopholes, make the system work, then we mount our civic pressure. Let us be firm. Don't take your eyes from the focus. Very, very important. Nobody should tell you, Obi made inroads in Adamawa, Obi votes in Gombe. Obi, I'm beginning to come out to say a lot of things that I did not even want to say before they come to say that this person sent you for electoral reform petition. But Nigerians, we get the gist. We can do this.
Okay, yes. Sorry, I wanted to add this. I think I left that out. You see, let me also add another legal perspective to it. You know what they call self-defense? Self-defense is a known defense in law. So I'll put this like in a very straight form. Whatever action that is brought to you as a Nigeria or the election, I think I said it in the last election, whatever action that is brought to you as a Nigeria, give it to that person in proportion. So if it's a very, when you say flog, I even I take it to be too light. So if a proportional harm is brought to you, you make sure you give it to that person in that same, if an harm is brought to you, give the person in proportion. So if an axe is brought to you, find something like a stone to make sure that person go down for it, if 2 to 3. Because something about this flog, some people will be taking it as if you will just be there, you'd make a joke about it. No, in proportion. At the end of the day, everybody goes to court, and we'll now talk about the issue of self-defense. And then there was something someone even said from the legal perspective when they said you put it to the reform that the person must prove. That's now you're changing the jurisprudence behind he who asserts must prove. It cannot be that INEC will prove when you come to court to bring a matter, because you are the one who is asserting, and they already know this gist. You see, these people, they know how to use the law. That's why they say at times the law can be an ass. When you come to court, you are the one who is aggrieved. You are the aggrieved party. So you're coming to court to ask the court to hear you, to plead. You are coming to plead your cause. So it will be difficult for them to change the perspective to be that INEC to come and prove when you are the one coming to cry to the court. So that will never happen, except they change the universal jurisprudence of he who asserts must prove. So I think that's what I wanted to add to it.
Thank you very much, Barrister Juliet. Thank you very much. I like the way you came. If Barrister Juliet don't they talk, meet them, the way they meet you. Then I say he's giving me hope for the future. These are the peace. It's not that she still loves peace. These are the peace-loving people we normally have. Nigeria. What can Nigeria not do to you? Anyway, let me remind you guys again before I come to the next speaker, Mr. Kolade, then go to Ugaga, then go to Oluwadamilare. But before I go to Mr. Kolade, I want to remind you again. Please use the hashtag. I think some people. I noticed some people are reposting my own hashtag, my own Twitter. I use the hashtag. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. No problem. It's not. I'm not looking for retweets. In fact, tweet your own. Use your own hashtag. Just go to your tweet, compose tweets, type hashtag fix INEC now, hashtag electoral reform. Tweet it don't write anything else. If you don't have anything to write, tweet it like that. You get. So it's very important. And like I always say, it's just to make sure people, it's not for those of us. So if I look at we did and I say we hear the hashtag now. Really, it's not for those of us that are on this space. It's for people that would wake up tomorrow and see those. There are a lot of people working in Nigeria that are devastated. They don't know that people are still talking about these things, that they might see it and be like, oh, this, like, people mean this, people are serious about this, and they would key into it, because we need to also find a way to mobilize for that march to the national. I don't know if it's a march, but at least that reminder visit to the National Assembly that our brother Andy Peters and the organization that is working with is talking about currently. So please use the hashtag. Mr. Kolade, please go ahead, and I'll come to Ugaga and Oluwadamilare.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, my brother. I greet everyone. I greet everyone. My brother Randy, I greet you well, and I greet Acapella too. So Randy, I came up because of you. God bless you for all you do and all you're doing. And God will continue to give you the wisdom to forge ahead. Okay, so for me, this is it. Have you thought about this critically? Have you really looked at the pros and the cons of, in quotes, that word, like fix INEC, like what we tend to achieve? Reason why I said that is this: it's a two-edged sword, and I'm talking from my own profession, like my own background. I'm coming from that angle because I'm good at looking at things from the negative side. It is when you look at things from the negative side, you are able to fix the positive side. INEC, you do not have control over. You are asking for electronic transmission. Electronic transmission may not be the problem. If you look at elections that happened after that presidential election, and I will throw it to you, have they been transmitting these results, fraudulent results, electronically or not? So what type of result are you asking them to transmit electronically? Is it the one they will put together in their backyard, that they have backdoor access to the server? Is it that one? Why I'm saying this, I'm not saying this to discourage us for pushing for a reform of INEC. I'm not saying to discourage us from fixing INEC, but I'm saying this so that we do not push some things further and they will say, oh, yes, we are working on it, we will do it. And people will now go and have a sense of false, how do I put
False
it? Like
sense of security.
security, which is what happened at the last election. What this will open up, let me also put this to you, is that once they say they've reformed the election, I will repeat again, I've been saying this, people are not getting it. If they reform, give you any reform, which they are working, whether we come up and Randy or not, they're already working on reforms. It may not even be the way we want it. But once they come up with this reform, it is the court, only the court, that can interpret it. So at the end of the day, you will now take, after interpreting one for us, last election, that we all know what they've interpreted. Now they will do another reform. It is now the same election you want to go and use to interpret a new reform that you've gotten. Everything has its pros and cons. So this thing can be a two-edged sword. So in my own opinion, as you are pushing for that, can you please spell out things like spell it out? One, this is it, not just vague word like electronic transmission, not just vague word like this thing. Why are you not asking for correlation of results? Like put data for each election, put the data here, let it do automatic calculation. Our problem might not even be the transmission. Correlation, even if they can't transmit, just me now, if they can't transmit, if they have done a proper collation, won't we know who won the election? So we are leaving now, we want to now focus on transmission. We are leaving collation out of it. My people, we better just wake up and just like be determined to say anyhow they want it, we rough them. I think that's my own opinion. No, that's the way out. Any way they want it, we rough it and we just go with it. Again, I'm with you. I will keep supporting you anywhere I can, but please also have it at the back of your mind that there is a con to this fight. God bless you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Kolade. Mr. Randy, go ahead. I know.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kolade. I appreciate your feedback. I think the thing we go even worry us is maybe we just interchange our English or grammar for our own understanding. Let us if we talk about electoral reform, it is all encompassing. What me, Peter Aka, my name is Peter Aka. Randy Peter is my social media, What I'm saying is not law to the National Assembly. What I want is Nigerians to come to a consensus that INEC electoral reform is important. Then we can now proceed and become a part of that reform. How we hope to achieve it is up to all of us. The important thing is, look, a country like Ghana just finished elections. They are not in court. How did they do it? If we want to talk that, we have Senegal, we have South Africa, and the Nigerian leaders and former leaders, both Obasanjo, Jonathan, Tinubu, they were in these countries for these handing overs or this. What are we learning from them? When we say coalition of results, that word coalition is almost the root cause of the INEC rigging. Manual coalition, where they say coalition center, that is the INEC shrine. It is Nigeria's shrine of rigging, coalition center. When we talk about transmission, there is still a coalition at the end. It is just that there is movement from polling unit to a central place where everybody has access to. And when we say what results are they transmitting, let us not forget that the INEC guidelines and the Electoral Act specifies that the result that will be sent on that server will be the result on the form EC8A form that is countersigned by both INEC and the party agents and witnesses.
So it is left to us to either mobilize to have a strong ground game, of which even Nigeria, remember that Peter Obi and Atiku presented evidences. What the court basically told them is that, look, INEC did not use the server. They are not mandated to do it by that act. Because I agree that there are a lot of problems. The judiciary is a problem. I have said it here that Nigeria's judiciary is the legal department of the government in power. So before we get to that temple of justice that it is supposed to be, we must do our homework. Law enforcement is bad, civil service. But our underlying factor is, let us agree on how we want to send people there who will begin those reforms. Because even look at the mischief. If not for our own petition, there is a Justice Uwe's panel on electoral reform that is lying fallow. Why is the National Assembly? Why have nobody used it? They know what they are doing. They are not waiting for Peter to talk. If National Assembly wants to carry out comprehensive electoral reform, they will do it. The difference is there is no pressure. So the questions Nigeria will ask is, are we sure we can get this done? If we can get it done, if I use something like fix INEC and you feel for some technical reasons it's not okay, nobody is infallible. I cannot be an island of knowledge. I'm only talking from my own personal perspective as a citizen. We can suggest, okay, what else? Okay, Mr. Kolade said it is this. Well, Mini say it is this. Emir Saddam say it is this. Let us just have that public discourse. It is nothing that is unto me. It is not my personal. I am only saying, please come together and talk about this particular thing. However we hope to achieve it, let us make it work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Vandy Peters. I think the message is very clear. Vandy Peters' point is trying to raise a focal point on INEC. Everybody, so there's less focus on what the content is, what is to be done. Because honestly, Mr. Kolade's point is also my fear. It's also my fear is the fear of the false sense of security. That's why I say why I love your this approach you are using, and Peter, it's time bound. It's time bound. It's smart. It's specific. Whatever you want to many things special, but that's inside that time boundedness for me, because I also don't want people to say, "Oh, let's be doing INEC reform till 26th of February 2027." That was it. Baba, it get where we go reach. INEC reform, they do it or don't do it, we stop at some point, and we need Nigerians to get the real message of what would really get us to that point. And that's why I don't like people. When some people have said burden of proof, I don't want to hear burden of proof means we are thinking we'll go to court. It means you are thinking court. Why are you talking about proof? You've said it here many times. It's the people, it's APC that will go to court. We will do it anyone want to do it and say, hey, go to court. I don't want to do the year court. I don't want Mr. Kolade, we are still suffering from me and Mr. Kolade, we are still suffering from the PTSD of all lives of the judiciary. I still suffer for it today. I don't want to ever hear court and election in my life again. Please, when I leave body of proof. Mr. Randy Peter, please leave body of proof for your anything. We don't need body of proof inside. We don't go reach court.
You know that even for that burden of proof, if you do them on the electoral, Nigeria is one of the only countries in Africa where INEC will take part in rigging. You will won't go to court as one of the parties. You will need to take INEC to court to give you materials. Do you know that it is a struggle? INEC will even be resisting producing the original materials for you. Ask people, the lawyers who represented Obi and Atiku in court. Nigeria is one of the only democracies where people cannot have access. The entire materials for Ghana elections automatically as soon as the election, so that it is turned over for everybody to have access to. In Nigeria, INEC conceals it as though they are sacred documents from a priestess. It is all part of what it has to be spoken for, so that when you are even going there, you are going. So it is like firewalls. If you listen to the judgment, it was like the justices of the Supreme Court were rather chastising Obi and Atiku. So it reached make people get PTSD.
Baba, I know we know they go court. No, 2027. They will go to court. Anybody that wants to go to court can go. But me, I shall know that Nigerians are not going to court. We are winning the election, getting our country back on the spot live, in real time. That's how we are doing it. All right, thank you very much. I'm going straight to Gaga, after which I'll come to Lua Jamilari. Yeah, then Seyon, you did so you don't sleep. After Lua Jamilari, I'll check.
At the verse, I don't day yes since around 7:30. I don't tire. I suppose to don't really sleep now because tomorrow na school runs. Good evening. Don't do with the rich morning. Saddam, everybody, well done. Randy, thank you very much. You don't try. Because I know they speak English. I not be Englishman. You don't try. Where you don't work with this yam, even my wife said this yam. As I talk to you now, so my wife don't do operation room like this. Now Tosh. She said, I think she sent me the video for my WhatsApp right now. I go load up for my Twitter handle now. Now Tosh, it is do operation for General Hospital. All this one you did talk, all this one you did talk. So I be Wafi man. Born Delta. I was born in Lagos, in that Yaba. I be strong man. Make I like something for you. The Delta State governor, I did stay close to your house. The street when himself they pass go your house. 2-3 days ago, if you see these substandard materials when they use, you go pity yourself. People won't see change. As I talk to you, sir, they're hungry. Because I they pay 2-3 children school fees where their papa don't leave their mama. Now I not pay their school fees. So they talk to you. I can't pay their school fees. Then I'm waiting, me and my wife they try to do after we don't pay our PKO. I not pay. All this English where you they speak, I like them because me, I don't Agberu before. I finished from PTI. I did my ND and HND there. If I go do my master's from Winnipeg. Bros, as I talk to you, so that are the best. People, we even the PBP for that are the best. All this your electoral reform, what did the speaker? Okoibo. Thank God for your life, oh. Push on where you push and reach. But you see me so. Now violent nowadays, so. I know I suffer for the last election for rain. 4-5 days, I not see my picking. Also, would they talk so? The violence will go happen for 2027. Not about this one you they talk. Push where you want push and reach. Because I will tell you now, do or die. If people not visit people for house for night, that's what you go for that election. I just they tell you now. Not about this one will they speak for you. If you go to the street, go listen to what people they talk. You know go get one thing good come outside though. That the truth I just they tell you so. People are dying. And last week, this week they just finished. So I have about 5 persons I know slumped and died for this hardship. It doesn't when you did for Twitter, when you did talk, some people if you see you get money, you be big boy, That lie. More carry video our house, you go see some people they hungry. I just they tell you, do what you want to do reach you. But the one who won't do so, the one who won't do so, go worse past the one you they talk so. He said Guaro, yeah.
Thank you very much, Ugaga. Anyway, whether or not you see, like we said, everybody's invited, but go use the hashtag if you never use them. For now, we are on Fix INEC now and hashtag electoral reform. For now, for even those of us who know and I like the way Randy Peter is approaching this. It's very important to know, like, the good thing is that we have to be doing something. It has to be a multifaceted approach and, do it gradually. This is part of this process. Thank you very much, Ugaga. I did with you. Me and you in the same church today. I'm going to move now. If you just check if you're on the speaker session to be sure you have been accepted, because while Oluwadamilare is speaking, I'll probably have to drop some persons who are on the speaker session and their hands are not up. I mean, not many like that, but Oluwadamilare, please go ahead. After which I'll check on Senior. Hope Senior is there.
Thank you so much. Emir Saddam, thank you, co-host. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. It has been a very long wait for me. And I also really want to appreciate our special guest on Vawulence Space this beautiful evening. I will just try and make it quick. I want to speak on the three issues, which is bigotry, electoral reforms, and the issue of odor nuisance. I like calling it odor nuisance in Lagos State. I'll thank you, Acapella, for putting your reputation out there to speak against bigotry. It's not an easy one, like you've highlighted earlier about the cons that comes with celebrities speaking up against the evil of the day. And I just want to let you know that I've always been speaking about this bigotry issue. Anybody that knows me knows that I bring my perspective from the Bible. Bigotry is a political tool that has been used for over 2,000 years ago. The recent recorded one was seen in John chapter 8, verse 41, where they call Jesus Christ a Samaritan. Jesus Christ, that his genealogy could be traced from Matthew chapter 1 as far back as Abraham, 14 generations of the Jewish ancestry. Somebody called him, or a group of people called him a Samaritan, just to discredit his ministry. And that was the one and only time Jesus Christ said he was dishonored in the entire Bible. He wasn't dying on the cross or flogging or all that kind of stuff, because he was being bigoted by the same Jewish people he came to die for. So my question is, why? I understand the perspective of celebrities not putting their reputation on the line to speak against this evil. The question is, why are the pastors or the tradition or the religious leaders not speaking against the same evil? The issue of bigotry can be found is littered across all scriptures. The story of the Good Samaritan is specifically talking about bigotry. Why? Yes, you can't put your reputation on the line. Pastors are the one that are supposed to be doing this. Ever since the issue that happened in 2023 elections till now, I've not seen any single sermon, any single sermon that spoke against bigotry. Why is this the case? Then I'll come back to Randy Peter. Thank you so much for it. Somebody mentioned about there's a lot of issues on these electoral reforms, but I believe there were two goalposts that were shifted in the last election. It was disenfranchising people to register to vote before they switched to IRF. So why are we joking? Why are we tackling the second goalpost and leaving the first? Why, since Bola Tinubu has started campaigning, why can't we start telling people to start registering their voters card? Because I believe this is a personal issue that can relate with everybody, rather than talking about electoral reforms. Now, a lot of Nigerians will feel, oh, I have no idea of what I can contribute to it. But if you tell an online Nigerian, go and get your voters card, that is when they start talking about this particular reforms. And again, is there not any international body that we can put pressure on? I know that international bodies sponsor democracy in Nigeria in terms of giving INEC funding. Is there something we can do by putting pressure from the international scene? Because we both know that this government doesn't have any reputation internationally. And the last question for electoral reforms is, you keep talking about pressure, civil pressure, and you spoke to Honorable Retiking Gibe. She was talking about Nigerians putting pressure. What are the methodologies in putting pressure on these so-called leaders? Is it by letter writing? Is it by retweeting posts? Is it by protests? Is it what are the methodologies that can be effective in today's Nigeria that we can use in pushing this civil pressure? Because we need to understand what civil pressure means and how we can apply it before we can start talking about, oh, this is what you are going to do. So if you can expatiate on that. Lastly, I'll speak about the odor nuisance in Lagos State. The issue of, I think a lot of people spoke about.
Can you just do it in one, like 30 seconds?
Yeah, 30 seconds. Yeah, that's going to be really fast. The issue of odor nuisance started, I think it's the inability of the government to tackle waste management in Lagos State. Fashola started it, and Body wanted to build on it, but they politicized everything like normally do in Lagos State. They haven't actually really tackled waste management in Lagos State, and I think that's the major issue, and also improper landfilling of waste. So if the government can, because I don't want to talk about it anymore, but if the government can look into waste management, I think that would solve half of the solution. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Udu Damilari. One can tell you are a well-meaning Nigeria at heart. Even in the middle of this, you still want, to a quick solution for Nigerians out there. Thank you very much. And apologies for trying to hurry you up. I know you've been here for a long time, but we just need to move people very fast. Randy, you want to he asked you like 3 questions. I can't remember all again, but I want to believe you were taking notes.
Yes. The first question seemed more like it was for comedian Acapella. He was talking about bigotry and how he has used his platform. So I don't know if comedian Acapella wants to respond to that. So, or I can.
Comedian Acapella has dropped now. Maybe you could just respond to the one relating to electoral.
Okay, so he talked about the one talking about electoral reform. Some people, Nigerians, may say, what do they really have to do in that? We should like tell people to go and get your PVCs and all. One thing I've come to realize, or I'm thinking, is that maybe the phrase electoral reform seems too ambiguous for Nigerians. I'm thinking of how it can be simplified, like whether make my vote count or free and fair. I don't know, because most of the questions we are asking still border on the broad term electoral reform. But because that phrase has been somewhat bastardized from 2022, we're hearing electoral reform, and then it turned out to be nonsense by 2023. Nigerians do not really believe in the integrity of that statement or that phrase called electoral reform. If not, when we talk about tell people to go and collect PVC, it is already part of electoral reform. The question now is, part of the electoral reform we are demanding is opening of the INEC register. You see that INEC register is one of the most fraudulent documents in Nigeria today. When every election you will hear, in fact, when in 2019 they were announcing some result for Atiku, the aide to President Buhari, Bashir Ahmed, he put out a tweet and he said, fear not. The not was spelled North. That is, fear the thing where go come from north. So somehow, even Borno State that was in the heat of Boko Haram, it was easier for people to vote in Borno State than for people to live there. That was what INEC result told Nigerians. So that voter register needs to be opened. And when we talk about collection of PVC, let us have records at hand. 2023 INEC records, 93 million people registered to vote. 89 million people collected their PVCs. According to INEC, the question is, by the time you add everybody who voted for the presidential election, there were less than 26 million. So where did 50 million people go to with their PVCs? If you take Rivers State for a case study, 2015, Jonathan versus Buhari, Jonathan won Rivers with 1.4 million votes. 2019, Buhari versus Atiku, Atiku won with about 473,000 votes. Fast forward to 2023, Obi won it with less than 250,000 votes. And then ask yourself the question, if Wike had been the PDP presidential candidate, which he contested, who would have won Rivers State? So the question is, the winning of a state depend on certain factors. That is why you see people moving. My brother who came down now talked about the Delta State. Why will everybody in Delta State be worried about Sheriff Oborewori going to APC? Is it because if he go there? In fact, recently, Governor Okowa, the former Governor Okowa, was in a place trying to market APC. The people were saying, no, meaning that it is difficult to market that product. Their confidence is in a criminal electoral process. That is why everybody is going there. So when you now ask of the methodology of civic pressure, when I say civic pressure, you see that thing we did at Lekki toll gate with NSAS. If Nigerians do it for 3 days in the National Assembly, you will be getting electoral reform. That thing we did at Lekki toll gate. A protest that will be effective, identify the institution you hope to get your reform from, occupy it. Simple.
There must be physical action. All this one I'm talking is not like when you see me say, person say, okay, me, I stand with violence, I stand with violence. Of course, I will say I'm not a violent person. My only question is, at the end of violence, there should be a plan. You can't do violence forever. And nobody has the monopoly of violence. Look at Israel. Don't use all their security and might on Hamas for Gaza. All the hostages are not out. Meaning, even after full force, there will be a strategy. So there is diplomacy. You are talking, you are using force. You understand where I'm coming from? So that methodology of civic pressure is still the kind of, I know that people are angry. I know what I am seeing as a Nigerian. I volunteer for human rights. I'm just coming back from a maximum prison. I know the emotional trauma and the emotional pressure that is on me. Anytime they come out, they talk about election and INEC. Some people may feel like you are being too, maybe you are being too unapologetic about this. See, I don't see, don't reason Nigeria matter. I alone know the level of emotions that I bear. If I come out, I go talk like say all is well, I go inside. But I know somewhere that if Nigerians muzzle up that kind of pressure where we they talk for violence and this, and hold this institution and the leaders by the jugular where we are supposed to hold them, we will get it. So that is the methodology of civic pressure. I'm not saying there must be physical presence. Anything when Nigeria, in fact, the protest that should happen must shut down the entire FCT, including airports. Nobody should leave. Labor Congress should be a part of it. Civil servants are victims of this bad system. Everybody must be a part of it. So I am very, very in support of that general citizens mobilization against a bad system that we are all victims of.
Thank you very much, Randy Peters. Omo. You know, it just feels so good to see someone who know what they are doing and doing it with passion and with clear direction, very clear, crystal. You know, thank you very much. Mommy B.
Yes.
Where you go since?
I have been coming and going this evening. I apologize. No, I
No,
wanted to.
people.
I wanted to. I think it Oluwadamilare that was talking about fixing Lagos. They must fix Lagos. Fix Lagos. Here's the thing, right? The problem we have in Lagos State and perhaps so many other states in Nigeria is people don't hold the citizens of each of these states, people who live there, work there, people who have been there for generations, and including those of us who claim like are from Lagos. We're not holding the government accountable. They'll tell us they have this amount of X amount of money, IGR, right? But yet public everything like so public infrastructure is dilapidated. Nothing. There's nothing to show for that money, right? Apart from uh, Sanwo-Olu going to an island to celebrate a birthday and wearing expensive watches that could fix all the hospitals in Lagos State. Right? And I feel like until we do, I mean, the bigotry aside, the bigotry is an issue, and as you know, my stand on that. But I feel like a lot of the times, right, Nigerians we moan about stuff, but we're not holding the people that we're supposed to hold their feet to fire. We don't do it. In the same vein, when it comes to electoral reform, right, we can use social media to push an agenda, which we have done successfully as obedience. We know how much work was done online that was then pushed offline and what have you. Likewise, I like people like Randy Peters. He puts his money where his mouth is. Right. Where are the people? Because I know every time we have a space that involves obedience, we talk, until there's reform, until there's reform. Okay. People are putting proposals now, right? Proposals are, it's not just thankfully, it's not just Randy, it's other and non people in the civic society, right? Even ourselves as the obedient movement, we have all had proposals that covers a lot of the things that are being discussed. But the idea is, and this is why I stand with Randy on it. You have to apply pressure. And it can't just be online pressure. You have to go offline. I mean, it's the reason why I fundamentally disagree with our senator from Abuja, who kept on saying, that we're giving them pressure, telling us to go and find our members, blah, 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 blah. No, let us, we just have to go to the National Assembly and let them know. And it's not just hundreds, because that's the problem. They're not scared of us. And the reason why they're not scared of us is that the moment we say, okay, we want to do protests on XYZ, right? People will already be asking, people should send money to mobilize. It's like, it's almost as if nobody wants to do it, right, for the sake of a better Nigeria. A lot of people want to cash out. But at the end of the day, right, if you want this as much as we seem to want it, right, then we need to push, right? And I'm hopefully I'll be able to galvanize even in the diaspora. Let's get going. Let's begin to turn up our high commissions all over the world. Right? Let us make it difficult for them to ignore us. Let them see that we know that the only reason why a lot of them are in office is simply because we have a rogue INEC. We have a rogue electoral administrator who makes a mockery, sells to the whoever can pay the most. So whilst we are saying, we are crying online and saying we want it, there are proposals, but if we truly want to see a difference, then we need to hit the streets, not just in Nigeria. We also need to do it wherever we are, so that they know. All the people that pay, give them money, gave INEC money. The EU gave INEC money. The USA gave INEC money. The UK gave INEC money, right? All okay, whether they are genuine or not, at least on the face of it, they want us to have elections that people can trust, right? And if that is the case, how about we take the conversation back to them and say, look, you decided to pay, fund this or fund that, all about because you want to save democracy, so to say, right? We are hurtling towards a one-party system if Tinubu has his way. Yeah, and the only way he can have his way is if our elections are not free and fair, right? So there's work to be done, basically, is where I'm going. And we all of us, not just Randys of the world, we all have a duty. We can't just be crying. We need to begin to whip up that frenzy, take it offline, and begin to show them that this is what we want. Thank you, Ayot.
Thank you very much, Mommy. Thank you very much. And very importantly, this just actually came to my mind while Mommy B was speaking. If you've been following around this video, I mean, funny enough, and this I tell when someone is like very genuine with that approach. And one thing one reason I've admired Randy Peter a lot, even before I got to find out that this guy, they follow each other for Twitter or something, but you could just tell when someone is genuine about what they're doing. So he didn't say it, he has not said it, he will never say it. But the video he has made in some of his videos, you've seen he has said, if you want to support the entire, and not with money, like he said in those videos. If you want to print shirts for people, you can say, oh, you've sent the money to the printer, let them go and collect the shirt. It's just some form of awareness and, whatever. So just go to his video, you see like with not money. So I know there's usually talk about money. He made it very clear and emphatically that he's not talking about money. But if, for example, you want to print shirts, you want to do whatever you think would add awareness to it, because what he's really pushing for is the awareness, and it's important that we support that if as much as possible. But thank you very much, Monu B, as well for that very, very valid point. All right, I'm gonna go now to Seyon. Seyon, are you there? Seyon, Seyon, I know Seyon just sleep, not be sleep sha, or maybe you don't miss coconut oil. And anyway, thank you very much. Okay, Seyon, if you're on the speaker session, Justice, what is the flash out for? Rita, please go ahead. The flash out. Rita, go ahead, after which I'll come to Justice.
Hello, everyone. Greetings, Womini. Is my volume okay or is it echoing?
There's some kind of there's some kind of
Okay.
echo.
Can you just please
But
go to some persons and later I will I know the way I supposed to do right now, so please, thank you.
you don't go carry yourself for cargo where you're not supposed to be. You see yourself. All right, quickly, Justice. Your juju don't work. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, women in Nigerian. I think if we're to tell ourselves the truth, the most important thing that we need to realize is, just like Emir Saddam would always say, is that this particular National Assembly, headed by Ababio, who is rather concerned with chasing another man's wife than do his job as a parliamentarian, will not likely pay attention to what Randy Peters is saying, or what Nigerians are saying now through Randy Peters, that we need critical electoral reforms before 2026, because ideally a nation that wants to deepen its democracy should always improve on their last elections. Probably look at what they didn't do rightly in the last election and then work on it to improve it. Yes, a nation that is closest to us, Ghana, just like Randy Peters said, you see everything transparent. I don't see a reason why INEC, that we will have to subpoena INEC or probably take them to court to release results or materials for which they use in conducting an election. It's just a complete charade and a criminal organization. So, but what I'm saying is, I don't really think that the Akpabio-led government of the National Assembly will be willing to pay attention to what we're talking about. So I'm already looking towards option 2, which is occupy National Assembly until we get some. So another Lekki Toll Gate issue is going to probably arise at the National Assembly. And that is where I think this whole discussion should be headed. Because with these massive defections and more people about to still defect to the ruling party, it shows you that they're not willing to, because basically what major things we're asking from this electoral reform is, shall, make it mandatory that elections are won and lost at the polling unit, and right there at the polling units, you send results directly to a publicly viewing portal. So that somebody in Norway who is a Nigerian, who is actively, searching the INEC website for results, can see it in real time. Somebody in China, somebody in Bangkok, somebody in faraway Alberta, Canada. These are the things that we want. Making it mandatory that they not only conduct the elections and produce the results after party agents have signed, but that they transmit it right there. So I am probably asking Mr. Peters now, with Akpabio, knowing the Akpabio that I know, the irresponsible, hopeless guy that he is, and the assurance that I have that he's going to dilly-dally on this issue of electoral reforms, what is the second option out? How do we start mobilizing people to the National Assembly to picket that place and shut it down until maybe we drag international community into this issue? Because anything that we don't do between now and the mid-year of 2026, forget about it. That's my question for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Justice. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Justice. Mr. Justice, I think your question was to summarize my talk. The long and short of everything why they talk so, where Peter Aka, me, I'm talking is, Nigerians occupy us. Simple. However we want to achieve that is up to us. See, Senator Akpabio is a very interesting figure. Nigerians do not pay so much attention to politics and institutions Akpabio is a very funny character, the senator, that man. Do you know that Senator Akpabio was governor when President Yaradua died in 2010? And he was part of the bloc who were not in support of making Jonathan an acting president when he was sick. You remember there was a debacle around that period with the then Minister for Justice, Michael Ondaka, the Benue man. Then you go and read about how Akpabio did a 360. Immediately the news came in that the late president was no more. In fact, he became the man Friday of the Jonathan government. And then Akpabio was the one who, Akpabio left PDP to APC to help Buhari to fight corruption. See, Nigerian politicians are, or let me just put it simply this way, for as long as the people in power are not afraid of the power of the people, Nigeria will not change. But until the power of the people becomes truly greater than the people in power, because power must come from the people. Any power that comes outside of the people, like what we have today, will rather impoverish everybody. So everybody must mobilize themselves and put that pressure in occupying us. The only simple thing now is how many persons are we able to talk to and sensitize and strengthen so that peradventure, because you even said till middle of next year, no, it has to be at least a year out. Elections are early 2027. So we have till December to conclude electoral reform with presidential assent on it. And then because some persons also raised the issue of international support, let us just know that anything from international community will be taken with a pinch of salt. A lot of persons in the international community, look, there are a lot of talks about how the APC government came about in the first place in 2015. We know. When it comes to international posturing, it is mostly about interest. They can decide to work with any government depending on what is their strategic national interest at the time. Everybody has been shouting about Chicago, has been shouting about this and that. The question is this current US government or foreign government interested in pulling this way? What is their national alignment? So they can come and try to help you seem like, oh, we are trying to build this and that. We can call on their attention, but the change that we will see will be from us. And that question, or your question, is a resounding yes. We must occupy NAS and insist. Because let me just end with this question. If we completely give up that Akpabio cannot reform INEC and Tinubu cannot reform INEC, this should be the question. What is our option? Wait for Tinubu to do his 8 years? Wait for him to rig another person is? Do we think it will be easier from who will come? Remember that the 10th Senate did not used to be the worst. So there used to be Ahmed Lawano. The tragedy with Nigeria is that there is no worst case scenario. Because you think things are this bad does not mean it will not get worse. So if you think Akpabio is bad, wait for Akpabio's replacement. Nigerians must think fast, we must act fast, and we must save ourselves. I yield.
Thank you very
Please,
much.
am I free to go? Well, mean Nigeria.
Randy, why?
I beg. Make we release that. I beg. Anybody who want to hear Randy, go and watch the podcast. He has covered everything on the podcast. I beg. He has tried. I beg. Make we wrap up shop. Please. Me say, I don't tie yourself. We have been talking all through. I think he has passed a whole lot of message today, honestly speaking. But let's just wrap up with the people up here. Randy, please let's wrap up with the people up here, then we can shut down.
Yeah.
If you really want to hear more of what he has to say about this stuff, the coalition, his beef with very, very dark man and co. Go and watch the podcast. Yes, please. That's the one. That's how I end it. Please let's just wrap up with the speakers, so then we can take a break. Then we'll come back next week, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Randy. To listen to Randy to the sweet. Randy, I swear, nobody for you convince me make everybody think reform my neck. Lie. Think it to not think it at all. But you come with a very strong point of view to even allow people consider it and quite receptive. All right, quickly, I'm going straight to Rita. Your hand is back up. Are you in a better place?
Yes. Thank you very much. Well meaning.
Yeah. After I'm going to come to Call Me Lexi, Onyeka, and Ruth.
Okay. Greetings everyone. Emia Saddam. I want to say thank you, NCs, Mambolanle, everyone on the space. Well meaning. Thank you. First of all, I want to say a very big thank you to Emia Saddam for bringing Randy Peters. I'm so sorry if I didn't pronounce that name very
You
well.
are doing good. Peter is the name. Thank you.
I'm really grateful to Emir Saddam for bringing you on this space, okay? Because, yeah, just last week someone talked about it. Yeah, Joe Biden. And though a lot of us were having different opinions, he still went ahead to bring you. And right now, after your submission, especially after answering Ence's question, my whole mind. First, the video where you went to submit your letter to INEC, someone tagged me to the post and I was like, what is this? I'm not in for electoral reform, blah, blah, blah. But with everything on the space today, my mind has changed because I now realize that no no idea should be put aside. Every option should be as in try to just do everything so that at the end of the day, we'll know that yes, we did all that we need to do. So I really, really thank you very much. And I want to say thank you to MC Acapella, even though he's no longer here. Thank you for the great work you're doing. Thank you, everyone. So Randy, I want to say thank you for not giving up because like the attitude of some like me who weren't even looking at what you were doing at all, who were behaving as if we're not seeing anything. If not for your doggedness, we will not be having this conversation today. So thank you so much. And it is my prayer that we will all live to see the Nigeria of our dream. And it's indeed a pity that we are talking about the people who are supposed to legislate Nigeria from being the poverty capital of the world into her place of glory. We're talking about them like this. It is a pity. And history is taking note. I yield, guys. Thank you very much.
Anyway, thank you very much, Rita. It's my mic. Thank you very much, Rita. That's I'm glad, Randy. I'm just to be sure, I hope she never convince you for this is time bound. The real goal is still 2027. Nobody's going to court. The election will die there. If either we take the country or we take the country. It's the only options we have. Thank you very much. All right, quickly, call me Lexi. Please go ahead, after which I'll come to Yinka, then Blue Jack.
Yeah, good morning, my fellow violencer from this part of the world. You might be listening. It is a great opportunity to have my voice out in the one of the biggest political space in Nigeria right now. I want to appreciate everyone for doing their best, for keeping their stand on this motion, how to fix Nigeria. It is important Nigeria work in our own lifetime. Even though at some point, emotionally we are drained and we have already given up, thinking of how can it work. Everybody left with different plans. Even till now, as we all know, violence space, some people have not yet come back just because they have given up. But one man has made us to understand that Nigeria can work. With his word, I remember, he said he will work with Nigeria through the dark, which is Peter Obi. It is a mandate that a common Nigeria who is tired of suffering should stand for. Randy Peter, thank you for what you are doing. Actually, we have met once. That was August last year. Is it August last year that we did? Okay, it's August last year that we did that hunger walk. Yeah, that was when I have opportunity to meet you before I get to know what you are pushing here on Twitter. I remember on that day you keep saying that fix INET, fix INEC, fix INEC. Remember, those are your words. I will appreciate it if we can work together because this is one of the things I want. Somebody who are focused, somebody who understand the idea to make Nigerian work. Even though everybody with their own strategies. But as a Nigeria, We need to come together at a point to hold these people where it will eat them. Because right now, we can't just mount the streets to protest. But if we use this and stand on it, who is it in this country that doesn't want free and fair election? I want to know that person. Is it the president? Is it the pastors? Who is that person that wants to stand against free and fair election? And that is what we are going to work on. I know after these 30 days, these people will not do anything. But it is we that we should be ready to mount the street with it, with the t-shirts, with the flyers. We are not fighting anybody. We are not against anybody. If anything will work, INEC needs to be fixed. Because later I come to realize it was because of this nonsense constitution of INEC that break Peter Obi's and Atiku's neck. How will INEC be the one to decide how our votes will went? They left the first part that is majorly important to us, that you promised us, and you did it in your own way. And that is what Tinubu is going to capitalize on. Tinubu has not been working for the past 2 years, but the only thing he's working on right now is how to win next election. He's not working, but now he's coming to his right senses to make it work for him.
Yeah.
Which it doesn't make any sense. Please, let's come together and make this work. In our lifetime, I was listening to Peter Obi at the cafe. He's saying if it doesn't work for him this time, he cannot come back at age 77. I just thought to myself, how old will I be then? How old? For the sake of ourselves, for the future, just need to do something. And I know we can do it together with this. I know God will help you. I want to thank everybody for voicing out. I use the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kobe Lexi. Thank you very much. Salient point. Quickly going to Onyeka, are you there? I know you dropped. I don't know if that's network.
I have, it is you, well-meaning Nigeria. I can only hear you. It be like say you get as you the move. I don't hear you if I am using an Android device. I only hear you when I switch to iOS. Which kind of setup now?
I be Apple guy. I be Apple guy.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Randy Peters, in my tongue will say Jidekiji. Okay, it means keep doing what you are doing. I saw the message Dele Farotimi sent. He said that he can rest because you are doing more with zeal and vigor. And you're not the only person. Nigerians are listening. It doesn't matter what unproductive comments people pass around. They really cannot help themselves. They don't know any better. So they've given up. They've been mentally defeated. So you hear things like, oh, you're wasting your time. Oh, then go rigam. Oh, then these are the words of a mind that has been defeated. Okay, somebody that is now a slave. Even if the person moves around with a G-Wagon, that person is still a slave without knowing it. Okay, so the good work everybody here, Emir Saddam, well-meaning, everybody on this platform, Nigerians, the people that call themselves obedient movement, the people that will continue to be animated by higher callings of nation building, do not give up. Continue to speak. Okay? Our voices matter. The things we say here matter.
Sure.
Yeah. Because if you look at, I don't like referencing beige colored people because I know like somebody explained here, their interest is what they are pursuing. But one of them that used to head these human rights, blah, blah, blah.
You want to round up like 30 seconds. Because like we have limited time, yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Yeah.
Mm.
So all I am saying is that we should remain on the path that we are on now. We
Yeah.
must not be afraid. Okay. And if it requires that 20 million Nigerians should march to the National Assembly and stand there until our demands are met, and the president's veto overwritten, that is what we must do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Onyeka. Salient point. Real Jack, I've seen if there's anybody that wants to use waving to finish my eye among so many requests, is you. So it's like this you want to say. If you don't say it today, what would do? 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Rampita, thank you for coming. I think before now, my opinion differed anyway, but notwithstanding, what you are advocating is right. Why my opinion somehow differed was because I believed this same set of criminals in both INEC and the Senate, they're still going to play the same game. But from your point of view, it's also important that we as a people had to do what we ought to do. And what we have to do, we stand as a beacon of reference for us tomorrow. Peradventure, if the so-called leaders, both that of National Assembly and the executive arm, do not or did not implement the electoral reform before the electionary period, probably there might not be election. Because these guys are going to provoke Nigerians to the point that Nigerians will say, no, there is no point going into election without reforming the system that will make us see the election to be credible. Not only being credible, having the system to produce the right people that Nigeria on their own elected, not selected by the system. I think that is why I've come to agree that, yes, it is important that we give that benefit of that, whether they are going to do it, whether I believe it, they are going to do it or they are not going to do it. But let us do what we have to do so that time and event we bear us witness that we as a people have done what we're supposed to do. And if these guys, as they have continued to proclaim that they want to move into one-party system, of course, which is what they want to see, the reason why you see state governors and all that defecting into the APC and telling us what they want to do before our very faith. So we are going to, I think, personally, I think I've come to say, okay, your ideology or what you're advocating, what you're advocating is right, and we also support the ideology, and we don't like talking too much. Is when it comes to action, we just do the talking, not only talking, doing the talking,
Yeah.
but we also back it up with action. So at this juncture, I will just want to raise my case and ask continue to do what they're doing. Thank you and God
Thank you
bless.
very much, Rujak. Thank you. I'm glad you finally got to speak. Thank you very much. All right. So we're going to take our final rounding up submission from our brother Randy Peter. He has been here since, and you can tell that he's someone that is genuinely here. Like, I don't know how to put it. You know, some people do some of these things for their attention, for their attraction, for the gegen. Make I just put my face, make pronouncing on me, for the popularity, the fame, and all that. You can tell that this brother here, which is what just attracts. Because me, if I see person, my soul they click, my spirit they click with the person if I go like him or not. If no matter how much you do, it might look good. If my spirit is not clicking with you, I just know that there's a question mark somewhere. You know, but this is someone that from the moment I saw, my spirit just clicked with this person. So, my brother Peter, you want to just give your final words for tonight?
I can't say thank you to you enough. Well-meaning Nigerian, Emir Saddam, N6, Ms. Bolanle, everybody who has been on this space. I thank you for the opportunity. It's been an important time for me to learn and to share my thoughts. I just want everybody to know that Nigeria is worth our time. Let us not be discouraged. Great nations were nations that were built by a resilient people who, in spite of all the odds, were determined to make a difference. There is nothing Nigeria is going through that other great nations have not gone through. Let us not think that our own is the worst. One thing I have just come to realize is that there is power in coming together. That is why make I just quickly clear when Emir Saddam say you get beef with this person again. I don't get beef with anybody. I may disagree with a person on principle, but I'm a person who believes that we can disagree but not be disagreeable. Wherever we can, once we agree that what we want to talk is a better country and Nigeria, you are not my enemy, I'm not your enemy. The conference we did in Abuja, all they go, I live in Lagos. I left here, we sponsored ourselves, we organized one-day seminar, we begged them, Uncle Femi Falana. They came on credit because there was nothing to give them. Refreshment, no day. Before we went to submit that petition, there was a conference, a one-day conference in Otako, and all of that, through our own personal, I know the personal, risk it takes. If I dey waka for road, I cover face cap and mask. I know the calls and everything I have been. There are a lot that you cannot say. But what thing I want you to know is that you see this issue of INEC and electoral reform. If it gathers momentum, the politicians know that the end is in sight. They will not want you to talk about it. So when you begin to talk, it is not our duty to preempt them, say they go do, they no go do, they can do. It is our duty to impose on them the maximum level of our collective pressure, the victims of their mismanagement and misgovernance, until they do it. So it's not a question of they fit no do am, they no go one do am. If the people say they need it, it has to be done. Now, when we reach that red line of we no go do am and we won't make una do am, we will now decide who is more, the power that is greater. But please, I beg you, in all that we do, Nigerians, let us not allow this government to consolidate on the criminality that took place in 2023. The only reason why they are doing that is because that brazen criminality took place and there was no resistance. Nobody said anything. Everybody moved on. There are politicians who are waiting for us to be talking about this electoral reform. A lot of opposition politicians, even in that chambers, let us leverage on it. Even though most of them are like cowards and spineless, we are the victims. They have nothing to lose. Let us realize that if we do not stop this criminality, if this thing is consolidated for another 4 years, this might just be the end of democracy as we know it in Nigeria. The persons and actors we are dealing with are not usual politicians. This is not the Jonathan that will say my blood is not worth or my ambition is not worth. This ambition are worth anything. The issue is, are Nigerians ready that their lives and the value are worth their time? I thank you. May God bless you. Please let us not be discouraged. Let us not be tired. I thank you for having me. If I offended you in any way, I beg for your apologies. If you ever think that there is a way that you need to correct something, we need to do something, and I'm very open to your, correction, observation, and advice. Please let us work together. It's not about me at all. Let us see how we can just join heads. I thank you once again and have a good night rest. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Randy Peter. Thank you for being here. And just before I hand over to Saddam, please, everybody, like I said, it's weird. I said I made it to some time back. I said the journey to 2027, even rescuing Nigeria pre-2027, if that's possible, is a question of who's desperate, who's most desperate. There's a difference between being hungry and being desperate. You can be very hungry, be very angry, be very everything, but if you are not desperate enough for what can rescue you from what you are feeling, and if the counterpart is more desperate, it's a big, it's a big problem. What our brother is doing, like I said, I understand. I understand everybody, and obviously, I'm sure he knows because I've listened to his submission. He knows as well that a lot of people may see like this is not going to work, or even if it's work, it's not the best. We have to approach it this way. I'm like, some of you were here, on this place where somebody was saying, and I was like, I can debate this. I can debate. If I even ran the Peter now, like if we wanted to have a debate also, the implication of this, will it work? Even if we get it, what will it do? Will it be the solution? I know that it's debatable. I can debate it anytime, any day, owing to how much, I followed the 2023 election up to the court. Some of you know this. So it's something I can debate even from my sleep. But what I've also said is, first of all, just for the humanity side, I can't see someone putting this much effort into something, a goal that we all need together, and say, oh, because it's not something, it's not, I don't think it will work. Please, it is just for the effort alone, for the effort that is putting in. That's what I'm interested in. So, and I feel like everybody, I want to encourage everybody, irrespective of what you think. Yes, I just made a tweet just now and I said, yes, even if they do the reform, we will not still trust it. Even if they say what they do, what exactly we told them to do now, we will not still trust it. We'll still go into that election high speed, expecting to match madness for madness and everything. But everything has a time and a season. And now we are in a season, we are in the time to at least do some of the formal steps so that we don't keep this thing till later. They will not be doing it later, and I say we don't already need election. It's good that it's time bound. So let's support our brother. Like I said earlier, if you want to go support the organization in terms of material things like shirts, if more people are having the shirts to wear on the street, it's also add to the awareness. I'm sure if Randy Peters and the organization is working with have 5 million shirts, coming from people, they go share and give people for street who not get share to wear. All those ones go wear and they don't know what they wear, but at least it is the awareness. So it's part of what ways you could support in different ways. And don't forget, as soon as this space is ending, if you really want to hear all these details in more details and things that were not said on this space, Sadam don't go mention VGM. Please, I don't go beg yourself. I don't beg if like no watch. Me, I want to watch. I want to go and watch. As I call this place now, I want to go and watch. Yeah, me Saddam's interview. Me and one year waiting. It's always very interesting to listen to Randy Peters to start with, but I want to go and hear some of the details that's contained in that interview. So thanks to everybody. Please add your voice to this. Believe it, whether you believe it or not. Just add your voice to it. And when the time comes, I'm sure if we also invite Randy, I say, Randy, we don't support you for your initiated. It's not his thing, but it's one that is trying to push for it. Let me just put it like that. So we don't support you for reform INEC bar. When you say make we support you, we don't support you. Now we don't preach. Wait till the S is hashtag. We debate. Come and support us for our we debate. You also come and support us for our we debate.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you very much, Robin and Jack. Thank you, my brother Randy. God bless you so much. Thank you for your time, your sacrifice. For me, I say anything that we do that is geared towards a Nigeria that works, count me in. And I'm always someone I always learn, unlearn, relearn. I'm a big advocate of that. So I am one of those people that at the very get-go was like, I can't give these people will not give it to us. But I never saw it from the angle that it is my right. We are not meant to expect them to give it to us. We are meant to enforce them to give it to us. And that is what you clearly, made me understand, especially in our interview. Thank you so much for the sacrifice. As I always say, little things, you don't know what God has put upon you. This little thing I think you're doing right now, it's an inspiration to millions of Nigerians out there. Yes, we know our problems as a people, that we always want someone that is ready to do it. I just hope that many people will not, in our usual Nigerian manner of, go do them, go talk, you will just criticize. I hope many Nigerians will understand that this is beyond criticism. It is time to support. Even if you don't believe, just support, just push. A hashtag, talking to people about it. You don't know. We don't need every Nigerian to follow up. We just need a little percentage of Nigerians to follow up in this INEC reforms. I am fully in on it. I'm going to support as much as I can support using my platforms, and I hope everybody on the platform here understand and do same. Thank you guys, especially those of you that could not come out and speak. Those of you that have run away from violence space for so long, you guys are still welcome back. We are here every Thursdays, Every Thursday is 8 p.m. We are still alive, because we have to keep this conversation going on. That's the Nigerian spirit. When something doesn't come our way, we tend to give up. We just tend to Omoye be Nigeria, it might never change. No. If we do not put in the work, if we do not fight for it, we will not get it. But if we put in the work, some people would have said, before 2023 elections, who would have believed that a candidate without any governor, without no senator, without no House of Rep member, with nobody behind him, with no establishment, with no structure, would have won a presidential elections? Nobody would have believed it. If anybody have told you in 2021 that there is a man called Peter Obi that will come out, and you would have the same way right now, as some of you are pessimistic about this round, and say, they will never give you INEC. The same way that is in Nigeria, it will never happen until we get it done. So it's important to understand. We should always look back at what we have done as a people, winning a presidential elections in a country that they said it was not possible, that any other thing is possible, if only we put our heart and mind into it. Thank you, every one of you. And as I said, I've taken this ministry from X to TikTok. I am now a TikTok king. Yes. If you want to catch me every 10 p.m. Nigerian time, every night I'll be on TikTok, and I'm going to take Randy and Acapella to TikTok also with me. I'm going to have a TikTok live special with them. I'm going to plan it with them from the back, at the back end, and know when it's suitable for them. Probably it's important we dominate every platform, keep spreading this message that Bola Ahmed Tinubu must become a one-term president, except he changes Nigeria. He promised to give Nigeria electricity in 4 years. If not, that he will not even contest. Let him give Nigeria electricity in these 4 years. If he let him mount all the billboard across the country. If he doesn't, this one that he stole, he should deliver on this one that he has stolen. That is only what can make Nigeria say, okay, we will vote for you again. If not, let him please respect himself. And if they choose not to give us fair and fair elections, let him understand that we too, we have learned from him. The boys have learned from the masters to grab it, to snatch it, and to run with it. All of us go run past 2027. It's very, very important to pass this message across. Thank you to everyone of you that have come out today. Please, as Wemini said, we put in a whole lot of hard work in the last episode of the Emir Saddam show. I've been trying my best to every week be giving you guys content that's not like your regular content that you guys get on other platforms. This is more Nigerian-centric content that have to do with our well-being as a people, the growth of our nation. I brought my brother Randy. Please, guys, go out there and go to the Emir Saddam show on YouTube and watch it. It's also on Spotify. It's on Apple, on music. It's everywhere. So for all those podcasters, you that are working, you want to listen to something, I tell you, this is one of the best interviews you will listen to. It is well detailed. It is well articulated. There are points every single place. Even the ones where you don't go like. This man talked on coalition. We did not talk about coalition here. You hear his views on coalition. You hear what he thinks about it. Everything is all in that podcast. So please, guys, go, and your comments are very, very, very important to me. I love to read comments on YouTube. Please drop your comments, drop your share, and catch me on TikTok tomorrow, 10 p.m. Nigerian time. My brother NC said he was going to be joining me, but I don't know why he's not coming. But I will be doing it until probably, me Nigeria, you have got open TikTok. When we carry the ministry, go that side. It's very, very important. Thank you, everyone that came out today. If you didn't get a chance to speak, I'm sorry. It's just that this space here has been worth it, but it did not reach you. That is the Nigerian issue. As we always say on this platform, Nigeria matter no they ever finish. I promise you guys, by this time next week, we'll be talking about something else in this country, because these criminals that are running the country, they only know how to give us content. They don't know how to govern, only to give us content. And those content we shall ride on next week again, God's willing, if we are alive. So I say thank you to my co-hosts, my brothers N6 and Well-Meaning Nigeria. Thank you, Bolanle. Joe Obedient, my brother. Thank you, Randy Peters. Acapella. Please, guys, go to Acapella's page on YouTube, Randy Peters' page on YouTube.